Chapter 196. What did you say? Thea's heart skipped a beat. She did it out of habit and did not notice that there was a living person beside her. Moreover, she was the kind of person who could sense the divine power. She regretted it. Who are your parents? Diana stared at Thea's face and asked seriously, Look, I even told you that I'm the illegitimate child of Zeus, and you still refuse to tell me. You're not a good friend. However, Thea really could not say it. The biggest taboo in time travel was to say the names of one's parents. If she said Malcolm's name now, maybe one day in 70 years, Diana would see Old Ma on the road and think of Thea. She would go up to Old Ma and talk to him. With her personality, she would definitely do it. Old Ma was strongly stimulated. Perhaps he was originally going to find Moira to communicate with her, but because of the interference, he did not manage to do so. The little life that was born because of their communication that day was ruined, and Miss Sia might not be able to give birth. What the F***ck is this? Therefore, Thea only introduced her real name. Her real name did not matter. If there was a real name, it meant that the baby had been born. If there was no such name, it meant that the baby had not been born yet. Besides, there were many people with the same name in Europe and America. However, she could not say a word about her family. She waved her hand and said, Diana, I really can't say. I'm sorry. Is it a god that has already fallen? Will it be sensed when the name is mentioned? Diana touched her chin and forced herself to imagine. She seemed to realize that Thea had her reasons. She also got the answer to the great strength that Thea showed when she threw the javelin. It was most likely a divine power that she did not understand. Seeing that Thea finally stopped thinking about this problem, Thea finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, do you have a kitchen here? She was very doubtful about whether she could hold on until Steve Trevor came. She could endure it for a short time, but she still had nearly half a year to go. What if she starved to death before the old man came? Her idea was very simple. There were no guns or cannons. She could make her own. She could at least take some kitchen utensils and make it herself. Diana was stunned by her wild thoughts. On Paradise Island, fighting was an honor, and labor was a disgrace. It was very shameful to give up swords and pick up cooking utensils. Being discriminated against and being looked down upon was a common occurrence. Fortunately, Diana was an open-minded person. She knew that their food was not suited to the tastes of the outside world, so it was understandable that Thea wanted to make some for herself. He said that he would take note of this matter and report it to the queen at night. Thea gritted her teeth. Your queen even cares about cooking utensils? It was true that she was the village chief. In the afternoon, Diana continued her so-called training. Thea, on the other hand, was not in the mood. She rode her skateboard and prepared to look for some ingredients. When Diana dragged her tired body back to the house, she almost thought that she had entered the wrong house. There were all kinds of mushrooms, wood ears, and many other things that Diana could not name. Thea walked around the woods twice in the afternoon and found a lot of spices. However, many of them needed to be dried. There was a lot of fennel on this island. Thea picked half a bag of fennel sprouts. She also saw a few wild boars in the woods. They would be delicious if they were made into steamed buns. Of course, it was too late now. Thea saw Diana coming back and greeted her. Hey! When Thea glanced at the spear in her hand, she suddenly thought of something. She grabbed the spear in her hand and said, Wait for me. Then she got on the skateboard and flew towards the woods. Diana's face was full of confusion. Where did she go? She could not figure it out and could only stare blankly at the ingredients in the house. After a while, Thea waved at her from outside the door. Come, come. She followed her to the door. Hey! Diana was startled. She saw Thea coming back with the spear, piercing a wild boar. The wild boar was young and looked like it had just reached adulthood. The spear pierced through its indescribable part and came out of its mouth. Are you going to sacrifice to the moon god? Diana thought hard and felt that she had guessed the answer. Sacrifice my ass. Thea rolled her eyes. We will eat it ourselves. Are you vegetarians? Diana shook her head. They usually ate some meat during the sacrifice ceremony. For example, Last night's ceremony to welcome Thea was to catch a pig. However, there were more than 1,000 people eating it, and each person's share was pitifully small. Now that she heard that the pig was for 2 people, although she felt a little sorry for the gods, she could not help but drool. She asked hesitantly, "Do you know how to handle it?" Thea definitely had not done this before, but now the situation was so serious that she could only roll up her sleeves and do it. Diana also helped her. Their martial arts skills and strength played an important role. They let out the blood, removed the hair, removed the internal organs, and the pig's brain. The whole pig was evenly grilled over the fire. After 20 minutes of grilling, when the surface of the pig's skin was a little brown, Thea felt that it was about time. She secretly used the Eye of Horus and found that the inside of the pig was a little red. Knowing that the fire was uneven, she carried the pig with one hand and grilled it for 5 minutes. At this time, the skin was already golden. Done. There was no hygienic condition to put out the fire. Fortunately, both of them had special physiques. Thea had eaten the fruit given by the swamp monster, so she was almost immune to poison. Diana was even more so. The drug that could poison her had not been developed yet. They found a clean robe and spread it on the ground. The whole pig was placed on it. Thea and Diana each took a short sword to cut the meat. Although there was no sweet and sour seasoning, the taste was very good after being hungry for a day. Thea felt that this pig was better than the Star City chef. Diana was a little excited. God took pity on her. She had lived for 5,000 years, and this was the first time that a whole pig fell in front of her for her to eat. She was a demigod. Staying on this island for so many years was not a small burden on her body. Plus, she ate batter every day. She might not even know what it was like to be full. Now, seeing Thea's mouth full of oil, Diana no longer hesitated in her heart. She took the short sword and cut a piece of golden pork. She grabbed it with one hand and put it into her mouth. While eating, she almost cried. It was too delicious. When they finished 1/3 of the pig, Diana's reason finally came back. We should pray to the moon goddess first. It doesn't feel good to eat it quietly. Thea wiped the oil stains on her mouth and looked at Diana, who was a little guilty. This girl was too stubborn. She even felt guilty eating a pig. She could only comfort her, "Don't worry. She is the night hunting goddess. Catching a pig in the middle of the night is definitely a tribute to her. She can't be more happy." Really? Diana was a little confused. This explanation was not wrong, but she still felt that something was wrong. Just when she was thinking, a slight but clear low laughter came from the forest. Ha ha! The sound was as clear as a silver bell, and it was particularly obvious in the dark night. Who is it? The 2 girls were very sensitive. They each took up their weapons and guarded against the direction where the enemy might appear. Chapter 197. There was silence all around. The 2 looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The sound just now was definitely not an illusion. Thea opened the Eye of Horus again and found that there were only the 2 of them and the half-eaten pig within a radius of 500 meters. It couldn't be the pig that made the laughter, right? It was a little scary. She poked the pig with her sword, but there was no reaction. Thea finally confirmed that there was nothing special about the pig except for its fresh and delicious meat. Who made the sound? The 2 thought for a while but had no clue. Thea was not afraid. She had killed a god, so why would she be afraid of ghosts? The word fear was not in Diana's dictionary. The 2 continued to sit on the ground and eat calmly. When Hippolyte and her entourage brought the kitchen utensils and rice noodles to them, they saw this scene. The 2 sat on the ground, and a suspected pig-shaped creature had been eaten by them until only a little bit was left. However, the smell of meat drifted out for half a mile, and the 2 entourage of the queen couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The smell was refreshing enough, let alone eating it. "What are you doing?" the queen asked with a smile. The good girl Diana was embarrassed and couldn't answer. Thea, who could lie like drinking water, replied casually, "For the venerable moon goddess, we are offering a sacrifice." Thea could see that as long as it was against the temple, the queen would support it. If Thea wanted to burn the temple at this time, the queen might even keep watch for her. The queen glanced at the oil stains on their mouths indifferently and said lightly, "Gods should be respected in the heart, not on the surface. Well, I have given you the things. You should finish the sacrifice early and have a good rest." After that, the queen asked the female warrior to put down the rice noodles and pots and turned away. "You see, your mother also thinks that we are offering a proper sacrifice." Now she is relieved, Thea said to Diana jokingly. Diana is completely confused, but what her mother just said is still in her ears. She has always believed in Hippolyte's words since she was a child. She looks down at the residue on the ground. Is this really the right way to sacrifice? Thea didn't think too much about it. She cleaned up the place, took Diana to take a shower, and went to bed early. The next day, early in the morning, Diana went to do her daily training and eat breakfast. Thea had completely given up on their meals, so she decided to do it herself. She jumped on the skateboard and prepared to go out to see if there were any other wild animals. Flying over the coast, he unexpectedly found a person training alone. It was none other than Thea's opponent, the tanned and strong woman. At this time, the tanned and strong woman was running with a giant log on her back. The top of her head was like a steamer, with steam coming out of it. Her body was covered in sweat, and her mouth was constantly cheering for herself. What a fierce woman. Thea has never trained so hard even when she was at her most hardworking. No wonder her body was out of shape. This kind of training is like jumping 1,000 times. If she can't do it, she will run 10 kilometers with weights. If she can't run 10 kilometers, she will jump rope 800 times. She can't stand it. It's too much of a test of perseverance. Thea is impressed that someone else can do what she can't do. She didn't disturb her and flew away. At the same time, she was thinking, is the second round a test of endurance? Then I might as well just admit defeat. She didn't want to run around the island like the tanned and strong woman. She didn't know if she was lucky or not, but she was targeted by 2 eagles. Just as she was thinking about how to shoot the eagles, the 2 eagles rushed at her like crazy. She twisted their necks and carried them back to the place where she lived. Is it because of the fall of Horus that all the eagles are hostile to me? But that's a matter of the future. How did the eagles in 1918 know? She couldn't figure it out, so she didn't think about it anymore. She skinned the eagles and roasted them over the fire. She sprinkled some salt that the queen sent. The taste was not good, and the meat was a little dry. It was like heaven and earth compared to pork. After breakfast, Thea began to get busy for her future rations. Compared to Gideon's sci-fi spaceship, this is a primitive society. She wanted to eat buns, but she didn't know how to make dough. Unfortunately, there is no Baidu in this era. Fortunately, the study Hippolyte prepared for Diana had a lot of miscellaneous books. She flipped through the books and roughly understood the process. When Diana rushed to her, Thea was kneading dough with her face full of flour. "Ah, the second round now? What are you talking about? Come with me. It's impossible to leave quickly." Thea's face is full of flour. This is the competition for the name of the goddess of hunt, not the competition for the god of cookery. Diana could only watch her wash her face and change clothes. She looked around and saw that there were no mistakes. She took her to the dense forest on the east side of the island. "What are we doing here?" Thea was very familiar with this place. She got her wild boar here, and many of her mushrooms were also picked here. Because they took some time to change clothes and wash their faces, when they arrived at the scene, all the people on the island were waiting for her. The 3 priests were very serious this time. No one pretended to be a grandson to her. They all stared at her fiercely. The leader of the priests cleared her throat. "The goddess of hunt needs the best hunters. Your task this time is very simple. Enter the dense forest and win by the number of prey you catch." After that, she seemed to kindly remind Thea, "Miss Thea, you can shoot arrows, right?" This was the idea that they came up with after much thought. They wanted to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. "Don't you have great strength? Let's change the competition to skills." Although the dark and strong women were not good at archery, they had lived on the island for 5,000 years. These abilities were almost instinctive, so they felt that they had a good chance of winning. "Can you shoot arrows?" Diana also asked in a low voice. There was no other way. Thea had lost her bow and arrow. These days, she had been hunting with javelins. No one had seen her shoot arrows. Okay, but you have to lend me your bow and arrow, Thea said modestly, but the villain in her heart was roaring. What a joke. We are going to become an archery family. There are black arrows, green arrows, and red arrows. How dare you ask me if I can shoot arrows? Her vague words coupled with the act of borrowing the bow and arrow made several priests show a knowing smile. This time, they could finally equalize a point. She could not shoot arrows, so naturally, she would not carry a bow and arrow at ordinary times, which was very reasonable. Worried, Diana handed her bow and arrow to her and told her to be careful. Thea took the bow and tried it. Unlike the modern composite bow she was used to, Diana and the others used a very old hornbow, which required high arm strength, but accuracy required more experience and eyesight. Fortunately, she was not short of arm strength or eyesight experience. She learned that there was no arrow limit, but there was a time limit until the sun went down. She took 2 pots of arrows and found a direction with the dark and strong woman. She took 3 female warriors who were said to be assisting but actually monitoring into the dense forest. Chapter 198. Thea didn't talk to the people behind her, and they didn't have the intention to communicate with each other. Both sides treated each other as if they didn't exist. The 3 female warriors who assisted in the surveillance were watching her from a distance of more than 10 meters. This forest is really dense. Thea sighed after walking for more than 10 minutes. She didn't feel it when she was riding a skateboard. Walking in such deep and shallow places was really not enjoyable. Affected by the forbidden area on the island, she couldn't use her earth-shattering magical power, but she still had her powerful psychic power. She condensed her psychic power into a line and explored in all directions. She received a lot of feedback. There were some small animals hidden in the bushes and piles of fallen leaves in the tree hole. She could totally learn from Alpha Centauri and not eat or drink all day long and kill 318 rabbits as trophies. But it would be a very ugly scene. The goddess of the hunt was hanging on to her last breath. If she saw how cruel she was to the small animals, would she die with a bang? The title of God Slayer was enough. Killing 2 gods wouldn't upgrade the title. Thea decided to follow the orthodox hunting method to avoid angering the goddess. She identified the direction and ran towards the place where she caught the wild boar yesterday. Wild boar had the word pig in its name, but it was actually quite fierce. No one in the Foot Basin country had ever seen a tiger or a lion. They thought that the bravest animal in the world was the wild boar, so they often crowned the warriors with the title of pig warrior. If you didn't know the truth, you would think that he was scolding you. In fact, it was really a compliment. Thea was looking for the wild boar at this time. She was in a hurry yesterday and didn't see it clearly. She only remembered that there were a few of them. It was completely worthy of the goddess to treat this thing as prey. She just wanted to show respect to the goddess. There was no need to hunt animals that sounded fierce. What's more, the prey was hers. She could eat it after the competition. Compared to the problem of how to eat a tiger or a lion, the wild boar was the most suitable. If the 2 of them couldn't eat it, it would be a favor to give it to the queen and Antiope. The 3 female warriors following Thea didn't know why she ignored the small animals nearby. Seeing her walking quickly through the forest, they didn't ask her anything and quickly followed her. Relying on her keen psychic power, Thea found the crime scene 15 minutes after entering the forest. She could vaguely see the bloodstains left behind when she committed the crime. At that time, she descended from the heavens and stabbed the wild boar with a javelin. After that, she cruelly dragged the wild boar away. The traces of the crime scene were too obvious. Where did those pigs go? Thea carefully looked at the traces on the ground. After looking at it for a long time, she could only helplessly express that the scene was too messy and full of pig footprints. Moreover, she did not have the talent of a scout. In her eyes, it was really difficult to find the whereabouts of the pigs in such a messy scene. Just as he was about to turn around and fight other animals, he found several large animals running towards him under the scan of his spiritual power. When she took a closer look, weren't they the pig sisters she had been searching for? It couldn't be helped. There were no males on Paradise Island. The one they ate yesterday was a little sow, of course. The pig sisters were not here to reunite with her. Her brutal methods yesterday had caught them off guard. Today, a few wild boars were immersed in the grief of losing their loved ones. Unexpectedly, they saw her in her iconic red dress nearby and charged towards her without caring about their stamina. "Stay away from them," Thea shouted at the few Amazons. As for whether they listened to her or not, it was none of her business. She looked at the surrounding terrain and found a boulder more than 3 meters above the ground. Using the huge grip of the mechanical arm, she climbed up quickly and drew her bow, ready to deal with the first wave of the wild boar's charge. When the first wild boar rushed out of the forest, it was greeted by an arrow as fast as lightning. Unfortunately, Sia had never used this kind of ancient bow before. She pulled the bowstring a little too hard, and the arrow that was originally aimed at the wild boar's eye brushed past its mouth, bringing a large piece of flesh and blood with it, and flew far away. She's really strong, and her archery skills are not bad. A few Amazons hid in the trees and watched from afar. Thea's arrow was almost drawn to the maximum tension of the bow. The angle was not very good, but it still left a bloody mark on the thick skin of the wild boar. It fully showed that the strength and speed of the arrow had reached the extreme of this kind of ancient bow. They thought it was good, but Thea felt that it was too embarrassing. She missed such a big target, partly because of the bow, and partly because she did not practice. For the second arrow, she did not blindly pursue speed. She spread out her spiritual power and corrected the arrow's trajectory. She pulled out another arrow, looked at the wild boar's bell-like eyes from afar, and released the bowstring. Bang! The wild boar was shot and fell on the spot. Blood flowed out of its eye sockets like it was worthless. Its limbs trembled violently. Although it was tenacious, it was only a matter of time before it died. Beautiful. A few female warriors could not understand Thea. Considering that she pretended to be weak when she threw the javelin, they could not figure out whether she was originally good at archery or had a breakthrough on the spot. From a pure warrior's point of view, her arrow was almost perfect. Even if Antiope, the best archer in the tribe, personally shot it, he would not be able to do it. There were a total of 3 wild boars that rushed out. This pig was obviously stronger than the other 2. Thea could not tell whether it was the mother or the sister pig. She only knew that the remaining 2 small ones seemed to taste better. Anyway, they could resurrect infinitely. She continued to aim at another wild boar without feeling guilty. This wild boar also fell under her sinful arrow without any suspense. The remaining piglets screamed and turned around to run. Still want to run? Thea jumped down from the boulder and chased after them like a galloping horse. In order to avoid capsizing, she always kept a distance of 100 meters and followed them at a leisurely pace. This pig was a little abnormal. Thea found that it was not running in a panic. It was running in an orderly and purposeful way. Is it trying to lure me into an ambush? Do wild boars have such intelligence? But thinking that they had lived for thousands of years, it seemed that anything abnormal could happen. Thea's expression gradually became serious. She slowed down a little and scanned the area with her psychic power to the maximum. If the God-Slayer was ambushed by a group of wild boars, then Horus's death would be too unjust. Her caution soon paid off. 600 meters to the east, there were several large animals. The little wild boar leading the way in front of her was also heading there. He, Thea smiled mysteriously, revealing 8 teeth. Her strengthened eyes had already seen a thick figure not far away. She wondered if there was an ice house on Paradise Island. It would be a pity to waste so much pork. Chapter 199. This time, there was no boulder for her to look down on, but she was already familiar with the performance of the hornbow. Instead of dodging immediately, she began to shoot arrows from a distance with all her might. She did not stop shooting arrows one after another. Every time, the bow was almost fully drawn. She did not use her eyes to aim, but used her mental power to accurately position the arrow. When several female Amazon warriors arrived at the scene, they saw such an inhuman scene. She shot a rain of arrows from a distance of 300 meters. Nearly 40 arrows were shot out by her in less than a minute. The hit rate was as high as 90%, or even a little higher. The 5 wild boars, including the first little pig, were all pierced with arrows. Some had 7 or 8 arrows, and some had 5 or 6 arrows. 2 of them were shot to death on the spot, and the remaining few were barely breathing. It was only a matter of time before they died. Thea waved at them from a distance, as if she was asking for draft paper in an exam. "Hey, I've run out of arrows. Can you give me some?" The few of them looked at each other in dismay. "You shot too fast." In the past, they pursued a fatal shot, and 2 quivers of arrows were more than enough. However, looking at Thea's impressive record, they could not say that her arrow rain was nonsense. The female warriors were very upright, and the level of their skills was obvious at a glance. At least they had lived for so many years and had never heard of anyone doing this. They still felt sincere admiration for others who could do what they could not do. They each had arrows with them, but there were not many. The 3 of them pooled together and gave her another quiver. Thea continued to shoot arrows at the wild boars that were not dead. According to the rules of the Amazons, the death of the prey was considered a result, and they could not let the female warriors help. They could only shoot arrows one by one into the fatal parts of the dying wild boars. Soon, the remaining few pigs were shot to death. It should be about time, right? Sia felt that 8 wild boars were enough. The dark and strong woman might fight for the last second, but she was not so eager to win. Going too far was as bad as falling short. For this meaningless battle, she was too lazy to play. She just wanted to find a way to go back to her original time and space. If she could not go home, not to mention the name of Artemis, even if you gave her the name of Zeus, it would be useless. "Pack up and go out," she turned to the female warrior who was tying the dead boars with ropes. "Miss Thea, it's only been less than an hour." "You." One of the female warriors tried to explain to her how sacred and noble it was, but she swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue when she saw her resolute expression. They sped up their movements. It was almost impossible for the 4 of them to transport 8 pigs out. Fortunately, they had Thea, who was suspected to be the reincarnation of Hercules, to help them. Using 2 strands of rope to tie the pigs together, they could still pull them out by force. The 3 of them each carried one while Thea pulled the long string by herself. As they were slowly walking out, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back. Someone launched a sneak attack. She immediately thought that the 3 female warriors were going to use underhanded means, but in the next moment, she judged that it was not the case. The danger came from the sky. He threw the rope away and rolled sideways on the spot, dodging the fierce attack from the sky. Thea was a little shaken when she saw who the enemy was. Damn! Why is it another eagle? She couldn't tell what species the creature that had ambushed her was, but it wasn't small at all. It was dark grey all over, 1 meter long, with a wingspan of 3 meters. It had a sharp hook-shaped beak. After missing its attack, it returned to the sky and stared at Sia with its 2 fierce eyes. Thea felt that her reputation with the eagle tribe had solidified into hatred. Why was every eagle looking at her as if she was an enemy? This was too illogical. Your boss can still live for more than 200 years. What method did you use to determine the murderer of the god slayer so early? The eagle could not hear her complaints. It turned around gracefully in the air and cried out loudly. Its hoarse and high-pitched voice spread far and wide. In less than 30 seconds, it was as if the forest had come alive, and birds of prey kept converging in this place. Thea kept shooting from below, but the eagle was extremely agile. It dodged left and right. Even with Thea's excellent archery skills, it took her a total of 5 arrows to shoot it down. It was too late. Thea looked at the black shadows that appeared in the distance and used the eye of Horus to observe them. There were a total of 17 birds of different sizes and colors. They were obviously not of the same species. She didn't know if these eagles were stimulated by her divine eyes or because the first eagle had been shot down, but their speed suddenly increased by a large margin. How unlucky. Thea quickly put the quiver on her back. The arrows used to kill the wild boar had been retrieved. The Amazon's iron smelting skills were good, so the arrows could be used again. It was just that the tail feathers had dropped a lot, which affected the shooting accuracy. She activated her spiritual power and the Eye of Horus, and the mechanical arm in her left hand was almost at full power. She drew the bow fully and aimed at a bird of prey with a white head and iron claws that was about to enter her shooting range. "Heh! Is this a bald eagle?" Thea was a little dumbfounded. "Is this an American bird?" "This is the national bird of the United States of America." It was full of free democratic will. "You have a Mediterranean climate here. How did this American bird fly here?" Thea did not have time to complain. She shot down the national bird that represented the spirit of freedom and democracy without any guilt. She then drew the bow again and aimed at the second bird. As she continued to draw her bow and arrow, she shot down 6 different birds of prey. The female warriors had already hidden themselves. Many of these birds had not been seen in the past 5,000 years. God knows which rock crevice they had jumped out from. Their mission was very simple, which was to continue to watch until one side was completely wiped out by the other. Thea had no time to calmly shoot arrows at this time. The speed of the eagles was too fast. Compared to them, the wild boars were as slow as turtles. She constantly used trees and other obstacles to avoid the enemy's attacks. One of them was too close to her, and she punched its head with her mechanical arm at full power. Damn it, if she had known that he would be so savage, she would have brought a knife. That punch was indeed very powerful, but as someone who was slightly obsessed with cleanliness, she still felt very uncomfortable. Half of her body was splashed with blood, and some white and yellow things were splashed on her body, making her feel extremely disgusted. But although she was disgusted, she had not reached the point where she could not walk after seeing blood. She constantly looked for the gap after the eagles attacked and before they took to the air. If they were far away, she would use the bow and arrow. If they were close, she would directly smash them. When the birds of prey reorganized in the air, they found that there were only 6 of them left. They looked at each other. 2 of them were slightly hesitant, while the other 4 were very smart and arranged a progressive charge. You and I, one after another. This tactic really gave Thea a headache, but she was not stupid. She used the gap between dodging to pick up a few goose egg-sized stones on the ground. Every time an eagle swooped down, she would throw the stones without looking. Regardless of whether she hit her target or not, she would quickly shift her position to avoid the eagle's next attack. The effectiveness of this tactic was astonishing. Very quickly, 2 more eagles were beaten until their bones were broken. They fell to the ground like rags and howled in pain, waiting for the god of death's favor. Chapter 200. Page. Thea glanced at them. 4 left. Come on. Fight till dawn. Actually, she was just standing there and talking. The aggressive and murderous ones were already on the ground. The few in the sky didn't have the guts to do so. They were only able to survive until now because of their small size and fast speed. However, for some unknown reason, they didn't want to fly away. When they were high up in the sky, they would occasionally growl and stare fiercely at Thea on the ground. Damn it. At least Thea knew that she was still in the competition. Otherwise, she would have already taken out her skateboard to beat them up. Taking advantage of the fact that she couldn't get up, the feathered beasts continued to patrol in the sky and refused to disperse. Lend me your bow. Thea shouted at the female warrior who was hiding in a tree. Although the female warrior didn't understand what she meant, she still threw her bow to Thea. Her bow was just an ordinary one. There was nothing special about it. She didn't feel guilty about throwing it. However, 2 seconds later, she couldn't stay calm anymore. She pointed at Thea and asked her companion, She can't be thinking of. Her companion was also a little dumbfounded. She's going to use 2 bows. She's too strong. Thea pulled both bows at the same time. The arrow was sandwiched between the 2 bows. The tail feathers were placed in a cross on the bowstring. She aimed at the lowest flying bee hawk. Swoosh. The initial speed of this arrow exceeded 300 meters per second, and in the blink of an eye, it stopped at a height of 1,000 meters. The huge kinetic energy pierced through the left wing of the wasp hawk, and it fell to the ground in a crooked manner. Thea didn't stop. She shot 2 more smaller sparrowhawks down. However, when she was about to shoot the last red-bellied sparrowhawk, she found that the latter had crazily increased its altitude. In the blink of an eye, it was hovering in the sky at an altitude of 5,000 meters. It looked at the ground with lingering fear. Thea was in a difficult situation. She didn't admit that she had OCD. She just felt that it wasn't perfect to have one less bird. However, 5,000 meters was obviously beyond the range of a bow. Besides, this wasn't a horizontal shot. She was shooting from the bottom up. The difficulty was another level. Help me come up with an idea on how to shoot it down. Thea could only ask for help from the 3 onlookers. She did not know that the 3 girls were dumbfounded at this moment. 17 of the 18 birds of different sizes had been shot to death by her, and she herself was not injured at all. Her archery skills crushed them without any suspense. Hearing her question, the few of them looked at each other and shook their heads with a bitter smile. "We're dealing with those on land." What they meant was that she had to think of a way to deal with those in the sky. Thea gave the eagles who were still breathing a final blow. Her method was extremely cruel as she tried to provoke the one in the sky. However, the other party was completely indifferent. It neither fled nor swooped down. It just cruised in the sky. No matter how heinous Thea was, it was determined not to come down for revenge. She had met a coward. Thea's first plan had failed, so she came up with another plan, which was to pretend to retreat. She called the 3 female warriors to clean up the battlefield. The 3 girls were relieved and went down the tree. They could not defeat 18 birds of prey, but now there was only one left. What was there to be afraid of? They had trained for thousands of years. They would not lose in a one-on-one fight. Thea strung all the eagles into a string and dragged them side by side with the few wild boars. What she meant was, "Look at you guys. You're the overlords of the sky. Aren't you being treated the same as the wild boars? Let me ask you, are you angry?" Sure enough, the red-bellied eagle in the sky had suffered a great psychological trauma. Its companions were all killed, and it was the only one who survived. Now that the enemy had humiliated the body of a brave warrior, it could not stand it anymore. Feeling the eagle's agitation, Thea added fuel to the fire and brazenly glanced at it with the eye of Horus. A low cry was heard, and the sound quickly spread from the sky to the ground. The red-bellied eagle that was controlled by anger completely gave up on the idea of flying again. It did not reserve any energy and increased its speed to the maximum. It only wanted to pierce a hole in this blasphemous creature. It did not care whether it would die or not. Come on. In the face of the red-bellied eagle's desperate charge, Thea finally found the feeling of blood boiling. This opponent was worthy of respect. She focused her mind and aimed at the red-bellied eagle that was rapidly approaching her. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. Thea could see every feather on the eagle's body, but she did not rush to release the arrow. This state of not shooting was a burden to her, and it would also interfere with the opponent. She was waiting for the best time to shoot. Sure enough, her arrow-like gaze was sensed by the sensitive red-bellied eagle. Its original desperate charge was slightly changed. Just when it was thinking about whether to maintain the original speed or change the angle, Thea took advantage of its hesitation and instantly released the bowstring. An ordinary-looking arrow gradually grew larger in the red-bellied eagle's eyes and finally pierced through it. "Ah!" Thea raised the bow and shouted to the sky. The 3 female warriors were also encouraged by her success. They pulled out their swords at the same time and roared to the sky. After shouting a few more times, Thea felt much better. Ever since she met the Time Wanderer on Purgatory Island, her journey had not been smooth. Now, she had fallen to such a desolate island, and it was impossible for her to return home. These heavy facts had been pressing down on her not-so-broad shoulders. The exhilarating slaughter today had finally allowed her to vent most of the frustrations in her heart. At the same time, she had also gotten rid of the influence on her personality after fusing with the unicorn. She was just herself. She liked battles that made one's blood boil. She was not some compassionate Cirthas. She had no interest in being a righteous superhero. She just wanted to be herself. After washing away the lead, Thea felt that her entire soul had become abnormally clean. Although her strength did not improve at all, she felt very comfortable and happy. She sighed in her heart. I really don't have the fate of a protagonist. Every time the protagonists had an epiphany, they would level up by leaps and bounds. I, on the other hand, have not improved at all. Moreover, the protagonists had all encountered great disasters. If it was light, they would be forced to cultivate again. If it was serious, their families would be wiped out. What about me? I only killed a few wild boars and birds, and I had an epiphany. Just thinking about it made me feel low. She shouted to the female warriors happily, put them on the ground. Let's continue hunting. Although the female warriors did not know why she suddenly became so energetic, they still followed her happily. The scene was full of honor. They felt that they would see an outsider crowned with the divine name of Artemis with their own eyes. This was an honor for Thea, and it was also a wonderful thing for them to praise for a long time. Next, the animals living in the dense jungle found that their peaceful lives were broken. Many of the large animals that looked delicious were unlucky. This island was a product of unscientific research, and the animals in the jungle fully demonstrated this point. Many animals living in the tropical, temperate, and even cold zones were discovered by Thea's pervasive psychic power, and then regretfully fell under her sharp arrows. Chapter 201. There's a snake on the tree. I heard that it's very nutritious. Shoot it and take it. The squirrel over there looks quite cute. Its big tail feels nice to touch and it can even blink. Forget it, I'll spare its life. Along the way, Sia judged whether the other party belonged to the hunting category based on her own preferences. She prioritized killing those whose meat was tender and nutritious. As for the ones that tried to act cute, they were scared away by Thea's threatening gestures. The ones with thick skin and thick meat were determined by the situation. When she shot another fox that was constantly patrolling around her prey, the female warrior looked at the sky and told her that the time was almost up. It was time to return. Thea looked up at the sun through the gaps between the trees. She could not see anything different. How did these people determine the time? Puzzled, she began to clean up the scene. There were too many prey and they did not have enough manpower. They could only move the prey bit by bit. When they were about a mile away from the exit, they heard a very loud whistle from outside the forest. It's a whistling arrow. The other side is out of the dense forest. Let's speed up. One of the female warriors looked at the small mountain of prey and said with a little distress. Thea also wanted to speed up. At this time, the dense forest was showing the prologue of evening. From time to time, insects and flies were attracted by the thick smell of blood. They rushed forward one after another to get a taste of the blood. Thea was also suffering because of the bloodstains on her body. She was harassed by the buzzing insects because of the bloodstains. Can we ask a few more people to come in and help? Thea killed another mosquito that was circling around her and asked for the others' opinion. The few of them discussed in low voices. In the past, they hunted to show off their bravery. Their prey was always the kind of wild animals in the forest that could be carried away by 2 or 3 people. It was the first time that they encountered such a large-scale massacre like Thea. In the end, they decided that 2 of them would stay here and guard while the other one would go out and call for reinforcements. Diana's helpers came quickly. When she saw the animals piled up like a mountain on the ground, she instantly understood what Thea was thinking. They all look like delicious food. She thought to herself. The saying of strength in numbers was always true, not to mention that there was also Diana and Sia, 2 cheaters whose strength was seriously over the top. More than a dozen people carried the prey out of the dense forest in a flurry. At this time, many people outside the forest were pointing at the tanned woman. Their expressions were filled with admiration and envy. The tanned woman did not look good. Half of her body was covered in blood and the other half was covered in mud. She looked like she had just finished wrestling. She looked like she was full of mud. However, she looked quite energetic. She sat on her prey casually. The tanned woman was doing the traditional hunting method of the Amazon tribe. She killed a bear that looked like it weighed more than 700 pounds. Of course, this black and majestic bear was not a Kumaman that lived by acting cute. It was a ferocious-looking American bear. The black bear's face, neck, and stomach were full of scars. It was obvious that the fight between the 2 was extremely fierce. In the end, the tanned woman emerged victorious. As if to show off her personal strength, her shoulder was scratched by the bear's claws, leaving 3 bloody wounds that were so deep that her bones could be seen. Her metal half-body armor was scratched to pieces. The wounds were urgently treated by the tanned woman. Unknown herbs were smeared on them, but they were not bandaged. From time to time, some blood could be seen oozing out. She came out nearly half an hour earlier than Thea. She nervously watched the few crossings that her opponent might take. When she saw a female warrior carrying a wild boar out, she heaved a sigh of relief. In order to get a good result this time, she had to give it her all. Otherwise, who would be so free to compete with a bear? But her good mood did not last long. Another female warrior came out with a bunch of eagles. Heh! Why are there so many different species of eagles in this forest? The tanned woman's heart was pounding. Anyone with eyes could see that these eagles were shot to death. This was very much in line with Artemis' original purpose, which was to hunt. The tanned woman remembered that she fought with a black bear and almost killed it with her fists in the end. This had nothing to do with hunting. Would this give the opponent an excuse to attack him? He began to ponder in his heart. One moment, the priests announced her victory. Her opponent wantonly attacked her with the teachings of the religion. She won in the eyes of her people. The next moment, everyone agreed that she had lost and left Paradise Island to wait for death in the outside world. All kinds of complicated thoughts rushed into her mind. The black bear's corpse no longer felt comfortable sitting up. She could not help but stare at the direction of the exit, waiting for her opponent to appear. The next scene confirmed the tanned woman's guess. Her opponent really hunted a lot of animals. She saw a wild boar, an eagle, a fox, a snake, and a silver wolf with very smooth fur. Just when she was concentrating on every figure that came out of the forest, looking for her opponent, she saw Thea walking briskly. She was dragging a blueberry tree with her left hand and 2 scoops of chickens with her right hand. The tanned woman almost vomited blood. Why did you come out with fruits? Shouldn't you be carrying a tiger or a leopard? And what the hell are these 2 chickens? Could it be that they are not scoops of chickens? Was this an indescribable creature that had turned into a spirit in the legends? When she stared at Thea, Thea also saw her and the black bear she was sitting on. Even Thea had to admit that the tanned woman did have some skills. It was a pity that she lost to her in the javelin throw. Her personal strength was quite good. Thea would have a hard time fighting this bear. This outsider hunted a lot of animals. Her archery must be superb. I think Artemis's bravery is worthy of praise. Hunting animals on a large scale is not in line with our traditions. Nonsense, this is the authentic teachings of the goddess of the hunt. Look at those wounds, they are all caused by arrows. If you ask me, the outsider will definitely win this match. The chatter around them reached the ears of the few parties involved, and the tanned woman's face became more and more ashen. She could roughly tell from the voices in the crowd that half of them supported her and half of them supported her opponent, which meant that her opponent had already won the support of half of the people. Sia had only been here for a few days. What about her? She had lived on the island for 5,000 years. The base of the people was different. Yet, she could still win the support of half of the people. This was a serious problem. If the tanned woman with brawn could think of this problem, the 3 cunning priestesses could also think of it. The 3 priestesses were a little annoyed when they saw this result. They understood the teachings of the goddess of the hunt. If the goddess of the hunt was still alive, Thea would definitely be the one to please her. After all, killing a bear with a big stick was not the graceful image of the goddess of the hunt. Although Thea had a lot of blood on her, it was obviously the blood of prey. She looked much better than the tanned woman who looked like she was fished out of the mud. Chapter 202. But they couldn't say that and directly declared Thea the winner. The black woman was completely finished and there was no need to compete in the 3rd round. The 3 racked their brains and began to make up excuses. Say that she killed too much and was disqualified. Are you retarded? We don't have a ban on killing. Then say that she used more arrows than the stipulated number. Do we have a stipulated number of arrows? The 3 of them racked their brains, but they couldn't find any flaws in the doctrines. Moreover, they were sloppy. Many of the word-picking entries were not sure if it was the goddess or the 3 of them who said it. Many of the female warriors at the scene used to be priests, but they were transformed into warriors by Hippolyte. Their familiarity with the doctrines was not worse than the three of them. If they were caught talking nonsense, they wouldn't even be able to keep their current jobs, let alone fighting for power. The three of them had lived comfortably for 5,000 years and didn't want to be warriors. In the end, the oldest priest made up her mind and whispered a few words in the ear of the priest who deducted Thea's breakfast. The more she listened, the more dumbfounded she was. Finally, she asked with an ugly face, "Will it work?" After getting a positive answer, she took a deep breath and walked to the front of the crowd as if she was carrying a heavy burden. She cleared her throat and announced loudly, "The Oracle of Artemis has been issued. The goddess wants to see a more exciting game. This game will be considered a draw." This was the solution they thought of. Anyway, the goddess didn't know. The right to speak was in their hands. If we say there is, there is. Didn't you receive it? This means that you are not devout enough. Sure enough, she didn't mention who won or lost, and pushed the blame to the goddess regardless of the facts. The crowd below was instantly boiling. Fortunately, they were all civilized people, and no one threw stones to protest against her oracle. This made the priest who announced this shocking news secretly relieved. No one protested, but the discussion was inevitable. She didn't have the courage to shout at them to shut up. She could only listen obediently. "Oracle? Did you see it? Why didn't I see it? Their faces are too ugly. This is all to fight for power with the respected queen. Sigh, they should at least affirm Artemis's achievements. The Outlanders' results are also good. Are the two of them just ignored?" Paradise Island still had a strong democratic atmosphere, and the female warriors were not all muscleheads. After living for so many years, they could still judge the basic right and wrong. Whether it was those who supported Thea or Artemis, they all expressed dissatisfaction with the way they pushed the blame to the gods. As the leader of the camp, Hippolyte naturally heard the discussion of the people. She covered her mouth and pretended to be shocked by the news. In fact, she was laughing in her heart. Great joy appeared on the corner of her mouth, but she forcibly covered it and pretended to be surprised. Diana, who had a fiery temper, was furious. On one hand, she felt that it was unfair for her friend. On the other hand, she felt that the three of them were blasphemous. As a demigod, she had the right to say whether or not there was a miracle here. However, other than herself and Thea, there was not even a shadow of a supernatural being here. The actions of these people were undoubtedly blasphemous. It was simply unforgivable. Thea did not know why she was suddenly so angry. She thought that she wanted to stand up for her, and she was touched. She pulled her back, fearing that she would charge up and kill the three old things. The bad priestess and the others' discussion calmed down a little. She asked Hippolyte very respectfully, "Does the queen have any opinion?" Of course, the queen had no opinion. If this kind of thing happened twice more, your reputation would be completely gone. Didn't you see that the tanned woman was dissatisfied? She thought that she was treated unfairly and that it affected her honor. Perhaps if it happened again, Hippolyte would be able to truly rule Paradise Island. She nodded solemnly, indicating that she had nothing to say. Since they said that it was an oracle, then it was an oracle this time. Just as she was about to announce the end of the meeting, Thea finally spoke up. "Wait, I have a question." It was normal for her to have questions. It would be strange if she did not have questions. At least, the bad priestess thought that if she was the one who was treated unfairly, she would have already fought with her. In fact, she was not the only one. The other female warriors were also waiting for her to speak up. Some of them were even secretly cheering her on. "Kill these old bastards. If you dare to start a fight, I'll kick your ass," many of them thought. "You said that there was an oracle just now?" Thea asked loudly. The bad priestess was not shameless enough to eat her words on the spot. She nodded. "That's right. The oracle wants to see a more exciting match." She was right. That was what she said just now. The bad priestess could only continue to nod. Thea smiled innocently. "Since we have attracted the attention of the gods, we can't let them wait any longer. I suggest that we start the third round immediately." Wow. Suddenly, there were a lot of unintelligible sounds in the hall. It seems to make a lot of sense, there's nothing wrong with that. We should start the match immediately. Thea's counterattack broke the three's plan. The moment they heard her words, they felt a dull buzzing sound in their heads. They quickly exchanged a few glances. Damn it! How could they communicate with glances? No longer caring about the criticism, the three gathered together again and whispered. What should they do? This question flashed in the eyes of all three of them. Sia's question happened to be stuck in their so-called oracle. She was absolutely right. The gods were paying attention to us. Since we were so pious, we definitely couldn't let the gods wait. In that case, let's hurry to the next round. They could not say that the gods left behind an oracle and run away. Now that the gods were not at home, that was too ridiculous. They could not even fool the simple people on their island, let alone the knowledgeable outsiders. Their own gods were hanging on by a thread. Even when they were full of divine power, the Greek gods were famous for playing around and not doing anything serious. They were far from being busy. It was pure nonsense to say that the gods were very busy. As for denying the oracle, it was even more impossible. Even if they wanted to take back what they had said, they could not just take it back 2 minutes after saying it. The three old faces had not been trained to the point of being invulnerable. They still had some sense of shame. After careful consideration, they finally decided to do as she said. Continue the match. As for what to compete in, the three of them were a little confused. They competed in strength and skills. Was there any other specialty on Paradise Island that they could compete in? In a hurry, the three of them saw more and more female warriors pointing at the three of them. Needless to say, they were definitely not praising the three of them for their piety and honesty. Especially the distrust in Artemis's eyes, which hurt the three of them. Damn it, we are wasting our brain cells for you. Chapter 203. If the black and strong woman looked at them like this in the past, they would have already given up. Who do you think you are? But now the situation is different. No matter what the original purpose is, they must pull the black and strong woman. They have been forced into a corner. If they want to live peacefully, they have to fight. However, even if he was capable of making bold claims, it would be too difficult for him to actually execute them. The black and strong woman is a very typical Amazon female warrior. She can do nothing but fight and kill. Now the strength and skills are better. Do they want the two to fight? The three shook their heads at the same time. Thea's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger left a deep impression on the three of them. Is it possible that she is a fighting master? The leader of the old priest thought hard. When she saw the puzzled eyes of the female warriors around her, she thought of a good way and whispered to the two of them. In fact, there is no need to discuss at all. She has a way. The other two are almost crazy by the situation in the field. Every second here, their popularity will drop by a lot. It is definitely better to have a way than to have no way. This time, the bad priest will not read the oracle. So many people at the scene are watching. The idea discussed by the three of them is immediately packaged as oracle. Do you think these more than 1,000 people are fools? The head of the old priest can only go out in person. She is not so courageous to disguise herself as an oracle under the eyes of the public. She is afraid that she will be stoned to death by the angry female warriors. Finally, she has a bit of quick-wittedness and changed their ideas to disguise themselves. Through our interpretation of the oracle, we think the gods are going to personally assess the third game. Next, we will go to the temple for the final game. It has to be said that her words are quite clever. Out of the fear of the gods, the female warriors who were originally excited were suppressed. Is there really an oracle? Are they not lying? Let's look at the situation again. The female warriors were instantly shocked by her actions. Not to mention them, even Thea and Diana were surprised. What happened? Did the oracle really come? The two looked at each other and were a little confused. Hippolyte, who had been chatting with them for more than 5,000 years, was not so easy to fool. She pretended to be very excited and asked in the tone of a crazy fan, "What did the gods say? Can I go and listen to it myself?" In any case, she was the queen, and she and Zeus still had several legs of friendship. The priests couldn't refuse at all. Not to mention them, even if Artemis came down in person, In terms of identity, Hippolyte was not afraid of her. Now she just asked to watch, and no one dared to refuse. The old priest acquiesced to Hippolyte's proposal and replied, "The oracle is very obscure. Let's not let the gods wait for a long time. Let's go." For a moment, a big question mark appeared in the minds of those who understood. What were they planning? Thea was naturally a smart person. She also didn't understand what these old guys were trying to sell, but looking at the tanned woman's puzzled face, it was clear that she didn't know what they were trying to compete in. It was still fair. Thea just wanted to end this farce as soon as possible. If you want to fight for power with Hippolyte, then go ahead. Why do you have to drag me into this? I have to go back and knead the dough. Knowing that Diana would also go, she was even more relieved. These three old guys can't summon ours, right? There was nothing to be afraid of, so she calmly followed the three people. As she walked, she took out a handful of blueberries from her bag and handed them to Diana. The two followed the large group slowly as if they were on an outing. Diana, who had been with her for 2 days, was obviously thick-skinned. She took the food and ate without scruples. She didn't know if it was because she was influenced by the company she kept. Hippolyte and Antiope, who had been paying attention to them, were thoughtful. As for what they were thinking, only they knew. From the dense forest to the temple in the center of the island, the distance was not close. Thea saw that everyone was walking solemnly and didn't dare to mention riding a horse. On the way, she found an apple tree. Without saying a word, she broke the branches with a punch and picked up 7 or 8 apples to eat on the road. Several camp leaders pretended not to see it for their own purposes. Many female warriors saw this scene, but most of them chose to ignore it. A few thought that she was showing off her personal bravery and cheered loudly for her. This made Sia a little embarrassed. Since everyone was cheering for her, it would be inappropriate for her to eat alone. So, in the spirit of sharing, she picked a few apples and threw them to the loudest people, which led to another round of cheers. The few people who caught her apples also slowed down and walked side by side with her. Several people began to discuss how Thea killed the huge prey. Thea made a cameo appearance on the scene and shot an eagle that was pulled in front of her by Horus. This ignited the emotions of the female warriors. Many female warriors slowed down and walked into the group to observe her amazing archery skills. Thea didn't refuse any of them and shot 2 sparrowhawks in front of everyone. The cheers were earth-shattering, and even Diana was a little eager to try. They were so happy as if they were celebrating a festival, but the faces of the priests were pale. As the general of Paradise Island, Antiope couldn't help but turn around and compete with Thea in archery after seeing her kill another grey eagle. It had to be said that Antiope's archery skills were better than the spear. Thea and her were evenly matched. The two of them went from shooting dead animals to shooting living animals, and finally, they shot 3 arrows at the same time. It was like an archery competition, showing off all kinds of archery skills. Isn't it the age of gunpowder outside? Why do you want to specialize in archery? Antiope was very happy now. The female warriors of Paradise Island didn't dislike archery, but they advocated hot-blooded battles with swords and axes. They weren't very keen on long-range attacks. Now that they met Thea, who came from an archery family, they naturally felt unexpectedly close to her. It was a kind of respect that both sides were on the same level. Of course, Thea couldn't say that her father and brother were all archers, and she couldn't reveal too many details about the future. She could only vaguely explain, "Archery can give me courage to protect my city from the invasion of bad people. Gunpowder can't. Gunpowder can only further increase the killing." Hey, Diana, listen, Thea's philosophy is different from yours, but it's also noble. This is the concept of protection that I mentioned to you before. It's not the only concept, you should. Antiope was deeply impressed after listening to her half-truths. Thinking of the naughty child that she taught, she turned around and began to discuss with Diana whether there was any room for improvement in her life principles. Chapter 204. Thea did not have many beliefs for her to think about. She just wanted her family to survive in the future. Of course, it would be better if they could live comfortably. Antiope went to teach the naughty children. Thea was surrounded by a group of female warriors who had lived for 5,000 years but were still very innocent. Archery required talent and some tricks, so she could not teach them. However, she could teach them the thousands of years of fighting experience she brought from the outside world. She found a few moves that were very similar to their original style and taught them. The female warriors did not care that Thea was much younger than them. They all happily learned the moves. By the time they reached the entrance of the temple, there were already hundreds of people gathered around Thea. Diana could not stand her aunt's nagging. In the name of proving her beliefs, she was actually annoyed by her aunt's nagging. She dragged Thea to play another round. The two of them were not serious. They were purely playing around. They walked for a few miles and attracted a lot of attention. In front of them, there were constantly people who deliberately fell behind to watch from a close distance. The whole group walked in a very strange way. A large group of people in front of them walked in an orderly manner, but there were people who looked back from time to time. The large group of people behind them was much more lively. It was as if they were celebrating a festival. There were endless cheers and shouts, mixed with the sound of weapons clashing. A group of female warriors who regarded fighting as their lives cheered even more. When the group in front of them stopped, they realized that they were at the entrance of the temple. "We're here. Time flies. Oh no, Miss Thea has used up a lot of energy. Will this be bad for the competition later?" No wonder the old guys didn't stop them. They're so cunning. After playing around for a while, many people had a better impression of Thea. They were not completely loyal to her, but at least they were friendly. Many people realized that they should have rested for the whole journey, but Thea obviously did not stop. Diana was also a little regretful. All the female warriors on this island were adults from the moment they had consciousness. She was the only one who had gradually grown up from childhood. She, who had no playmates, had a lot of fun playing with Thea along the way. Now that she realized that she seemed to have been a burden, she felt extremely regretful. Thea patted her on the shoulder, indicating that she was fine. With this kind of low-intensity physical exhaustion, she could definitely last for 3 days. Diana didn't relax because of her comfort, but focused on listening to the priest's explanation of the third game. The space inside the temple is limited, the contestants can enter. "Oh, Her Majesty can also come and watch," the old priest said calmly. The Amazons didn't have any objections. The temple area was originally large enough, but in the past 5,000 years, Hippolyte had used various excuses to occupy it. Today, she built 2 houses to improve the accommodation of the female warriors, and tomorrow, she took away a large piece of land. Now, the temple area had shrunk sharply. It could barely accommodate more than 200 people at the same time. The 3 priests didn't wait for them to respond. They led the way in, followed by the queen, Antiope, and the strong black woman. Thea sighed and followed them. Diana calmly accompanied her. She was blessed by the gods, and no one could stop her. The female warriors pushed out 100 people and finally entered the temple. "The era of the gods is over." This was the first sentence that came to Thea's mind when she entered the temple. The statues of the 12 main gods, which should have been full of majesty and solemnity, were now crowded side by side. The whole space seemed cramped and small. Although the statues of the gods were full of power and beauty, Thea didn't feel a trace of divine power from them. There was only heavy lethargy and defeat. Would there be any hidden equipment here? The protagonist's golden finger was usually hidden in the statues. Thea secretly scanned the place with the eye of Horus. When she saw something, she almost laughed out loud. She saw traces of human living in the backyard of the temple. Needless to say, this was where the priests usually lived and ate. This was normal. The priests were also human, and they needed to eat and sleep. It was not surprising. However, Thea saw a row of neatly dried sweet potatoes in their house. This almost made her laugh. It turns out that I'm not the only one who thinks the food is bad. They are also secretly improving their food. "Hey, don't use your divine power." Diana elbowed her. Sorry. Thea quickly apologized in a low voice. "Using the divine power of the gods in the temple, are you sure you are not here to cause trouble? Besides, these Greek gods were not dead. They were just too injured to move." After apologizing, She couldn't help but whisper into Diana's ear and share her discovery with her. After listening to her story, Diana's expression was extremely strange. Her serious facial muscles were a little twisted. She gave Thea a strange look and covered her mouth hard. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at the three old priests on the stage. She was afraid that if she really laughed out loud, it would not end well. The old priest's footsteps did not stay in the temple for too long. Instead, he went to the side door. "Isn't the competition in the temple? Where are we going?" Thea whispered to Diana. "It seems to be the way to the tower." Thea saw that Diana did not say much. She could only put down the doubts in her heart and follow the others. Clang! The guards in front of the tower pushed open the thick wooden door. The old priest did not care about the dust falling from above and took the lead to walk in. Hiss! Entering the tower, Thea saw the sword in the middle of the room at first glance. It was a typical Greek-style casting model. The sword was 60 centimeters long, and the hilt had a flame-shaped handguard holding the blade tightly. The whole sword was golden. This was the so-called Godslayer with 999 attack power that Hippolyte tricked Diana into believing. However, the divine power of this tower was too concentrated. Thea could feel that some of the gods will still remain here. She did not dare to rashly observe with her divine eyes. She just felt that the divine power on the sword was a little too gorgeous. Even her eye of Horus could be instantly attracted. This was very strange. In the original plot, it was easily shattered by ours. Did this mean that this was a fake sword? The real sword was stolen by Hippolyte? Thea could only say that this way of caring for her children was really unique. As the priest moved forward, Thea saw a lot of divine equipment. There was the shield of the future Diana, the lasso of truth, and many other equipment that she could not name. What a pity! What a pity! If only they could give me all of them. The further she went, the stronger the feeling of being watched by the gods. Even Horus could borrow divine power from his father. That was only a second-tier god. They were a lot of main gods. Plus, there was the unfathomable god King Zeus. Even if Superman were to fly over in his dark form, he would not be able to snatch them. Lady Thea could only be an honest spectator. Chapter 205. Along the way, Thea's heart was itching. In the end, she simply stopped looking at them and followed them around in circles with her head lowered. From the outside, the tower covered an area of about 100 square meters, but the internal space was extremely unscientific. She felt that there was no end to it. Was this space magic? Thea kept looking at the surrounding environment, but unfortunately, she could not see anything. When several people climbed over a mountain in the tower, crossed two small rivers, and stopped, they had come to a shallow beach covered with grass. There were some low trees around. The whole environment layout was not natural, but it was obvious that it took a lot of effort. A silver-white elk was lying alone on the shore. When it heard the footsteps of several people, it did not look up, but its ears trembled slightly. It seemed to be trying to identify the identity of the people. This is the oracle of Artemis. It has accompanied the goddess of the moon for countless years. Your third test is to get its approval. Who will go first? The old priest introduced it with some pride. In fact, it was mainly for Thea. The Amazons basically knew the identity of this elk. Several former priests who had turned into warriors had fed it before. The only one who was really unfamiliar with it was Thea. Although the dark and strong woman was not familiar with the elk, she had been around for so many years and had dealt with the elk under the name of Artemis. She should be familiar with it, right? Compared to Thea, this was the first time she had seen it. She had a great advantage. The old priest wants to praise his own intelligence and wisdom. I am so witty. I don't compete with you in strength or skills. It is useless even if you have a great force value. We are more familiar with the place and have a wide network. She couldn't hide her thoughts from everyone, and she didn't want to hide it. So what if they guessed it or not? As long as the dark and strong woman won this game, the results of the two would be a tie. The overall score would still be a tie. The matter would be over with a few verbal commendations. As for finding trouble with Hippolyte, they could do it next time. Anyway, there was plenty of time. You are too much. "You're blatantly bullying Thea." The first one to complain was Diana. She was blessed by Athena's wisdom. Although she was a little immature when it came to dealing with people, she was not a fool. The priest's trick was too obvious. It would be abnormal if he couldn't tell. Several female warriors also protested. It was not because they were close friends with Thea, but because they felt that this so-called competition was too unfair. Even the tanned woman's face was filled with shame. After winning so shamelessly, did she still have the courage to face anyone? The old priest really practiced a golden face mask iron face skin divine skill. "You can say whatever you want, I am like this. If you don't agree, come and bite me." Smiling, he turned to Hippolyte and asked, "Your Majesty, do you have any objections?" Hippolyte carefully observed the mood of the people at the scene. The majority of people were dissatisfied, but there were a few people who just showed shame. If she suddenly attacked, it was still a question whether these people would support her. Her mentality was similar to that of the old priest. It was still a long time, and the fight needed to be controlled within a certain range. She made up her mind and acquiesced in this game. After the game, she would compensate Thea alone. There were a lot of good things in her private collection. Zeus was good to her as a mistress. The king of gods gave her good things in the past. Artifacts were rare in the outside world, but in the eyes of Hippolyte, they were just ordinary things. But acquiescence was acquiescence. It was impossible for her to endorse a few priests. She looked at the distant mountains as if she didn't hear anything and remained silent. The old priest guessed her thoughts and sneered. He turned back and said, "The oracle is very tired. Who will go first?" The black woman did not dare to look at Thea's eyes. She lowered her head and said in a muffled voice, "I will go first." She wanted to demonstrate to Thea, or she wanted to end this farce that violated her warrior's sense of honor as soon as possible. She lightened her footsteps and walked around to the side of the shallows. She picked a few branches with tender leaves and broke them off. She walked slowly to the elk and made a sound that Thea thought was very kind, but it sounded like she was feeding a pig. "Lulu, come and eat, Lulu." It could be seen that this was not the first time for the black woman to do this. Her movements were skillful and natural. The elk also gave her face. He raised his head slightly and took a few bites of the tender leaves that were sent to his mouth. After that, he nodded gently. His action made the black woman breathe a sigh of relief. In her heart, she was glad, but more than that, she was ashamed. She did not return to the crowd and sat alone on the grass without a word. "Miss Thea, it's your turn. Come on," the old priest said with a smile. Thea angrily gave her a middle finger. Although the old priest did not understand the meaning of this gesture, he knew that it was not a compliment. He smiled and waited for Thea to make a fool of herself. "Should I pick some leaves to feed it?" When Thea walked closer, she found that the elk was really very old. Compared to the animals on the island that were constantly reborn, it did not enjoy the eternal magic of Paradise Island. It seemed that its life was consumed every minute and every second. Time had left many traces on its body. Its eyes that should have been clear and transparent were now full of turbidity. It could not see. The horns that had defeated countless powerful enemies were still as sharp as blades. However, the goddess's slumber had also taken away its fighting spirit. The invasion of time had made it completely lose the courage it once had. Its soul was too tired. It was consuming its own lifespan. It was begging for death. These thoughts came to Thea's mind, but she could understand the bitterness of the elk. It had amazing fighting power, but everything was meaningless. It could only wait here alone for the last moment of its life. "Why are you so sad? Can I help you?" Thea ignored the sharp horns, knelt down beside the elk, gently stroked its cheek, and said slowly but firmly. The elk did not notice her at first. It only thought that she was one of the priests, but when Thea said these words, it instantly felt different. If she was not one of the priests with complicated thoughts, who was she? Where did this sense of intimacy come from? It tried hard to raise its head, and opened its grey eyes with difficulty, as if it wanted to see the appearance of the person in front of it. Wow, the crowd made all kinds of unintelligible sounds. The oracle had a reaction to this outsider. This was the first time in their thousands of years. The priests' hearts were suddenly filled with thunder, accompanied by thousands of galloping horses. Of course, they were the ones who were struck by thunder and trampled by thousands of horses. They looked at each other and saw the fear in the corners of their companions' eyes. No way. Again. Why did I say again? This is different from the script. Chapter 206. Thea did not have time to think about their feelings. She only felt a weak connection between herself and the elk. It was not that they knew each other before, but it was a bond that came from the deepest part of their bloodline. How did I establish a blood bond with it? Thea was a little shocked by her own thoughts. Was it because of the unicorn? Maybe they were distant relatives. In a flash, he found a relatively reliable answer for himself. She did not understand, and the elk did not understand how this connection came about. It only wanted to see her face with its cloudy eyes. So sad. Thea was a little sad when she saw the signal. She made up her mind and hugged the elk's head with both hands and put her forehead on it. Thea was ready to transfer part of her eye power to let the elk see the light again. Don't. Diana only said one word before she stopped. She did not know whether she should stop or agree. She was so anxious that her little face turned red. What is she doing? Anshope saw the mysterious light flashing between Sia and the elk. Something she couldn't understand was floating around, which made her very puzzled. Seeing Diana's anxious shout, she asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Diana hesitated for a long time before she whispered, "She is transferring her divine power. She is also a child of God." With the common values of Paradise Island, she instantly thought of this word. As for killing a god, it was not in her dictionary at all. She is a noble child of God, Diana said with absolute certainty. At the same time, the spirit of sacrifice, protection, and dedication in her heart deepened by a few %. In fact, Thea was not as noble as she thought. She could help others when they were in trouble, but she was not willing to sacrifice herself to help others. Horus was known for his good eyesight. His eye power was almost endless. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could go up to heaven or down to hell. Now, although he only had one eye and did not have a body, the transfer of his eye power would only make Thea's eyes sore for a few days. It would not have a big impact. In addition, the elk itself also had divinity. It was just that its desire to die was too strong previously, so it did not heal its eyes immediately when it was damaged. Now that Sia's eye power had overflowed and its own self-healing ability, the white mist in its eyes dissipated at a visible rate. The elk saw Thea as soon as it regained its vision. It intimately rubbed its face against hers. Thea had used too much eye power at this time, and her eyes began to ache. She rubbed the corner of her eyes, and a few drops of tears flowed down her cheeks. When this scene fell into the eyes of Diana and other inexperienced young girls, it was like a man and a deer crying with joy after seeing the light again, causing the eyes of several female warriors to turn red. Sia was about to turn back and greet the bad priests. "Look, this young lady has passed, right? Let's see what you have to say." Suddenly, she felt the elk send her a "come, follow me" signal. The elk saw her squatting there in a daze, so it bit her sleeve and dragged her inside. Don't pull, I'll go with you." This guy was really strong. Conservatively speaking, she estimated that he had more than a ton of pulling force. He almost pulled Sia down. What was it doing? After sending several signals, the elk did not respond. It just signaled to follow it. Thea sighed and had no choice but to follow it. The few people who saw this scene were a little confused as to where the moose was taking Sia. Diana, who had infinite courage, was the first to follow. The Queen and Anshope were worried about her safety and also wanted to follow. "You can't go up. That is the eternal resting place of the gods," the old priest shouted at Thea. The response to her was the moose's teeth and Sia's middle finger. The old priest saw the moose's sharp horns and his heart trembled a little. Their Amazons were not the same as the animals who were constantly reborn on the island. When they died, they died. The gods only gave them eternal life, but they did not give them the ability to resurrect indefinitely. If they were stabbed to death by the elk, they would really die. They were not afraid of death, but if they were killed by the oracle, it would be too bad. It would make them look like they had done something heinous. At first, they just wanted to take back part of the right to speak. It was far from blasphemy. Hippolyte, as the God King's mistress, was careful to play the game. They did not dare to do anything that crossed the line. The three of them could only watch in fear as Sia disappeared from their sight. As for Diana and the others, they did not dare to stop her. The blessings of the gods were not a joke. In addition, many of these main gods were her brothers and sisters. She could wander around all the temples as she wished. Even the gods had no objections, let alone the three of them, divine servants. The queen's status was similar. She didn't even look at the three priests and walked over calmly. Antiope didn't say anything. She just pulled out her sword and followed after her sister with a flash of sword light. Seeing that the female warriors also wanted to go inside, the three priests were completely angry. "You can't go in. I have the right to go in. I still have the name of the gods." The black strong woman looked at the three old things seriously. She was very sad when they mentioned the name of the gods. Even the blind could see that Thea had won the competition. It was them who urged her to make trouble. Otherwise, how could she fall to this point now? Without waiting for the three to answer, she waved her hand and walked inside like a black bear. The rest of the female warriors did not have as good a reason as her. They could only stop under the strict gaze of the priests and look from afar. The elk pulled Thea and walked for a short distance. It stopped in front of a cave and looked at the few people who were following behind it. It had the best attitude towards Diana. It rubbed her arm and nodded slightly to the queen. As for the rest of the people, they were all ignored. It lowered its head and drew a deep mark on the ground with its sharp horn, indicating that the others should not follow it. Then it pulled Thea into the cave. The few of them knew very well what it meant. It meant that unrelated people were not allowed to enter. Even if you, Diana, are the sister of the goddess, you are still not allowed to enter. Thea could only say goodbye and followed the elk into the cave. The moment her left foot stepped into the cave, she felt that something was wrong. After experiencing the explosion of the Eye of Arcane Core, she immediately sensed that the surrounding environment had changed dramatically. A huge amount of time flowed around her. No way. Did I wear it again? But soon she realized that she was still in the original 1918 time period. It was just that the space had changed drastically. She was teleported to a very conceptual place. There was no definition of time and space around her. There was only silence and eternity. "Hello, young time traveler. I am Artemis." Just as Thea was looking around, a vague figure of a human figure appeared in the open space on her left. The figure was erratic. She could not see the face clearly, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Chapter 207. Oh my God. Wasn't this guy dead? How could he appear in front of others? Could this space be? The humanoid shadow seemed to have guessed her doubts and continued, "You are now in a high-latitude bit wall that must rely on the original spacetime. What you see is a shadow of me projected from the past." Since the shadow had made it so clear, Thea naturally had to show her respect. She bowed her head and said, "Your Majesty. Why did you summon me here?" The shadow did not answer her question directly. Instead, it reached out and drew a unique mark, opening a space channel. The old elk came to its side in an instant and rushed into its arms with great attachment. Thea did not interrupt their reunion. Or was this not a reunion? Was this just a short reunion at the angle of time? Her vocabulary was too limited. She really did not know how to describe it. She could only watch silently. Time seemed to pass very quickly. When the shadow of the goddess patted the elk's head and stood up again, Thea quickly focused. She knew it was her turn. The shadow of the goddess nodded slightly. "Time traveler, thank you for allowing us to meet again." Thea's head was full of question marks. What did I do? Didn't this elk pull me in? No. The goddess chose her words carefully, as if she wanted to keep it short. I have fallen into an eternal slumber. There will not be a trace of divine power entering your plane. Now, I am borrowing the vast power of time in your body to pull out a fragment of time from the past. Her words were very strange. What projection? Fragment of time? Thea did not fully understand, but she understood one thing. She was using her power to create this high-dimensional space. There was a hint of displeasure in her expression. The goddess saw her displeasure and chuckled softly. "Little girl, are you angry? That's fun. But your power will dissipate when you reach this time and space. I am only keeping a part of it. Don't be angry." Ha ha. Thea could understand this. Her magic power had skyrocketed from 2008 to 2166, and now it had fallen back to 1918. It was as if her credit was good and her assets were increasing slowly as time passed. But suddenly, an accident happened and she received her future salary in advance. She could have paid it back, but unfortunately, she came back to the past and did not pay back her debt. Instead, she was overdrawn. Thea did not dare to imagine what would happen if she left the anti-magic zone. This was also the reason why she did not dare to leave Paradise Island. Time was too scary. Even the God King would not easily touch anything related to time, let alone her. Reverse Lightning was such a smart person, but he ran from the 25th century to the 21st century and lost all of his speed. He had to cultivate from scratch again. What a painful experience. This was a lesson to be learned from his mistakes. After thinking about it, he realized that the other party had taken a part of what he would lose in the first place. Although she had borrowed it without asking for permission, considering that even if women evolved into goddesses, they were still unreasonable creatures, and he couldn't bite her, he could only endure it. Thea lowered her eyes. "Okay, you did nothing wrong. Then why did you call me here?" The goddess stopped smiling and touched the elk's cheek sadly. "It is connected to my life. It has accompanied me for countless years, but in the end, it is time for us to part. The old gods will eventually fall, and the new gods will come back to Earth. My life is irreversible, but it can." Thea could tell that the goddess was really sad. She had changed from eye to eye. She sympathized with the pitiful elk. "Do you need me to do anything?" The goddess's facial expression was extremely blurry, but Thea still felt embarrassed for a moment. "I still need to borrow your power to cut off the connection between it and me over the long years. I need a large amount of time power to bring my divine power from the past over here, your sister. You're bullying an honest person to death, aren't you?" Thea looked at her suspiciously, waiting for further explanation. Seeing her confusion, the goddess quickly explained. "Of course, I won't use it for nothing. After cutting off the connection with me, it will follow you. It has a lot of combat experience and will be of help to you. Also, I can help you retain some of its magic power for about 10 years. Think about it." So that's the case. Thea began to think. This condition was not impossible. Thea could not see the elk's combat power. No matter how she looked at it, it was just an old elk. It could not have eaten the man-man fruit, right? She really did not see how it could help her, but the 10 years of magic power retention was very powerful. It could save her 10 years of time. It seemed to be a much better result than the previous one, which was 100% wasted and even had the possibility of getting money back. "Your Majesty, it was an accident that I came to this time and space. Will my bloodline cause me some time trouble after I leave the island?" Thea thought about it again and again. This was a serious problem. She did not want to be blown up as soon as she left the island, nor did she want to stay on the island for the rest of her life. It was rare to meet a goddess who seemed to be easy to talk to, so she had to ask clearly. Moreover, if she took away her magic power, time would come to her door to ask for money. If she could not pay it back, it would be a big joke. The goddess seemed to have expected her question and answered proudly, "Divine power can change everything. We respect time, but we are not afraid of time. With your authority in the Master of Time, I will help you to stay within a constant value. Even if you return to your original time and space, you will not lose control, and it will not affect your future development. This part will be your power from now on." The goddess also knows about the Council of the Master of Time. Thea was a little surprised that those weaklings could be known by Artemis, a true god who had been dead for God knows how many years. "I only know that they are not as simple as you think. I don't know more than that. It seems that the water is very deep." Thea could not help but be a little moved. Let Rip Hunter and the others worry about the council. "Your Majesty, what do you need me to do?" I will release the anti-magic enchantment on your body. What you need to do is to transfer all your magic power to me in the shortest time possible. After confirming that she was ready, the goddess pointed at her body. Wadash! The sudden surge of magic power made the high-dimensional space begin to tremble. Fortunately, this was not the first time. She summoned the unicorn that still did not understand what was going on. The two of them merged again and quickly gathered the sudden surge of magic power. Amazing power! It's hard to imagine that you are a mortal. You seem to have a trace of divinity, but it is not the divinity of the Greek gods. The goddess did not expect her magic power to reach this level. Seeing that the space was trembling, she stabilized the surroundings and watched her merge and said thoughtfully. Chapter 208. She touched the ears of the elk beside her. She is a good girl. She will achieve great things in the future. I don't think you will feel wronged if you follow her in the future. The elk whimpered at the goddess. Although it was just a quick glance, it did see the unicorn that was dragged out in a daze. Although it felt that this distant relative looked a little silly, the elk, who was also a divine beast, still recognized Thea from its original friendliness. Thea did not know that the master and servant were talking about her. She thought that the fusion would go smoothly, but she encountered a little trouble. The problem was the little divinity of war that art has absorbed. The era of the old gods had come to an end, and the deification of faith had become history. From now on, it was the era of power. Like Jin Chao, who was ranked third in the world and could beat all the other divine kings, he did not have any divinity. He only had incomparable power. Thea was now stuck at the time when the old gods had died and the new gods had not yet been born. Divinity could be said to be a unique characteristic of the gods. It included their personality, beliefs, rules of conduct, and a lot of other things. Originally, Thea could not absorb it, and the other divinity did not like her. However, the unicorn absorbed a little, and this little bit was integrated into Thea's body through the fusion. She also had the Eye of Horus, which was of the same origin as the divinity. After the fusion of the two, she unexpectedly also had a trace of divinity. What Thea did not know was that if she absorbed too much divinity, Horus might be resurrected with her body. Fortunately, Horus was not the god of war. Most of the divinity that represented war in his body was taken away by the Dragon Queen. After that, with the unicorn's share, the divinity that fell into Thea's body in the end was very little. It was impossible to rely on this trace of divinity to ignite the fire, build a divine body, obtain a divine title, and then happily crown her name as the god of war. But sometimes, this trace of divinity determined the difference between a human and a god. Thea only needed time to completely absorb this trace of divinity. No matter how weak it was, she would be considered as having divinity. It took a Herculean effort to temporarily control the divinity. It would take a lot of time to completely understand it. He put on the golden armor again. Due to the divinity of war, the patterns on the armor were more detailed. Quick, you don't have much time left. Give me your hand. The goddess saw that she was looking at her armor and quickly reminded her. Oh, okay. Even without his reminder, Sia also felt that her magic power was rapidly dissipating, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Before she could see how much her armor had changed, it had degenerated from a full-body armor to a half-body armor in less than a second. The palms of a man and a god crossed the distance of countless years and finally clasped together. Thea felt as if there were two huge water pumps beside her. It was hard to say which one was pumping harder, but she could feel the energy that filled every cell in her body being rapidly sucked away. The golden armor turned from a full-body armor to a half-body armor, then to a chainmail, and finally to a leather armor. The only thing that didn't change was the cloak, but it was useless. Give me back my armor. Right now, Sia felt as if she had painstakingly planted the land, only to find out that the Japanese had robbed her of it when she was about to harvest it. That kind of heartache was indescribable. Fortunately, the gods, except for the god of lies, were all people of their word. Or rather, they disdained to deceive mortals. The goddess didn't absorb her magic power blindly. She began to help her stabilize part of the magic power in her body gradually. Thea didn't understand the method used in the middle, but she felt an indescribable charm. Okay. The goddess pushed Thea away and stood alone. Even for a god like her, it was not easy to transform a large amount of magic power into divine power. Thea wanted to cry but had no tears. Although she was mentally prepared, this kind of loss could not be described without experiencing it firsthand. The elk seemed to be very experienced in comforting people. He walked to her and rubbed his face against her hand. Even you are comforting me? Sigh. I am still very strong. Ouch, don't push me. Okay, I am a little sad. My magic power is invincible in the world. Thea wanted to brag, but the elk, who had lived for countless years, saw through her disguise and exposed her hypocrisy. The elk joked for a while, and then Thea began to pay attention to her own situation. The goddess was not lying. Although the original magic power was very strong, it was also very vague and unreal. Thea felt that the magic power in her body was now a part of her, just like her hands and feet. The weakness of insufficient control had been greatly alleviated. She believed that after a few days, this part of the magic power would be completely integrated with her. After checking herself, she focused on the goddess again. The shadow goddess finger kept drawing strange patterns, and many shadows appeared one after another in this narrow space. There were young dancers, old huntresses, and female lords sitting on chariots. There were all kinds of shadows. It could be seen that this kind of summoning across time and space was also a great burden on the goddess. She did not waste any time. All the shadows seemed to have received a signal and quickly rushed to her. Finally, they merged into a huntress in a green robe and carrying a silver longbow on her back. Thea was far away from the elk. She knew that the next step was to tamper with the elk's timeline. She was now completely afraid of time. The goddess method was not strange. She used her divine power to summon herself in different time periods, and with the help of Thea's power of time, they each projected a part of their power and merged into the current form. Although Thea was now a little stronger than Newbie, her previous height would not disappear. She had also fought battles from a commanding position. Her intuition told her that the current goddess was stronger than Horus when he first descended. As for how much stronger she was, it was hard to tell. But Thea touched her chin. I don't mind if you carry a bow on your back, but why are you wearing a green robe? This image reminded Thea of Olivier on Purgatory Island. Could it be that the green arrow could not be killed? Was he her true believer? Hey! Suddenly, Thea saw the goddess pull the bow and arrow and aimed at the elk. A huge vortex appeared behind her. This time, the space shook more violently than before when Thea exploded. Some of the ground had cracked, and the whole space was distorted violently. Oh my God! What did I see? Thea knew that her previous judgment was wrong. She still underestimated the difficulty of cutting off the timeline. The shadow of the goddess was just a catalyst. She was attracting the main body to come here. As the vortex expanded, Thea took a few steps out. She had no choice. She had felt a huge energy fluctuation on the other side of the vortex. This was probably the main body of Artemis, the strongest attack across time and space in her heyday. Chapter 209. The elk was on all fours, lying on the ground and shivering. Of course, it didn't think that the goddess was going to shoot it to death, but it was distressed that its master had wasted her divine power for it, so it couldn't help but lie on the ground and cry. Here it comes. The momentum of the phantom goddess reached its peak, and she loosened the arrow. At the same time, there was a crisp sound of a bowstring in the whirlpool behind her. Faster than lightning, faster than light, and even faster than the concept of speed itself, an arrow flew out of the whirlpool and instantly pierced in front of the elk, while the arrow of the phantom goddess fell behind it. Two low sounds sounded in Thea's heart. This was not the transmission of sound, but some kind of conceptual resonance. The elk's past and future were cut off. A shadow that was exactly the same as the elk on the ground quickly ran out of the whirlpool, and the two quickly merged and could no longer be distinguished. The phantom goddess closed the whirlpool, and her green robe and bow disappeared again as if they had never existed. She gently stroked the side of the elk's face. Child, you are free. Go and live a new life. The elk walked to Thea's side, and the goddess pointed at their foreheads. In the future, it will accompany you until the end of your life. It will accompany you back to your original time and space. You must treat it well. Thea, who was going to ask how to go home, quickly seized the topic. Your Majesty, can you let me go back to my original time and space? Or let me contact the spaceship that I was on before? The goddess was silent for a long time, as if she was searching for something. Finally, she shook her head in Thea's expectant eyes. Sorry, I didn't find any trace of them. Although my divine power is not enough to search too far into the future, I feel that they are not in the same timeline as you. Before Sia showed a desperate expression, he continued, however, after you go out, you can take my bow and arrow. In the quiver that Father God made for me, there is a divine arrow blessed by Father God's divine power. When this arrow absorbs enough divine power, it can help you open the time channel. With your authority in the Time Council, you should be able to find your original time point smoothly. What did she mean, her bow and arrow? She didn't want to borrow it, did she? Thea asked cautiously and uncertainly, what do you mean by bow and arrow? Hey, little girl, you don't have to test me. It's just as you think. I've already fallen, so I don't need a bow anymore. Your hunting and philosophy are very much in line with my teachings. But next time, don't mention my name when you're eating wild boars. The goddess' face could not be seen clearly, but after saving the elk, her tone had become much more relaxed. Ah. Thea covered her mouth. Did he hear her nonsense when she was eating the wild boar? These deities have too much time on their hands. You're already a corpse, yet they're still in the mood for leisure. Thea smiled awkwardly as she hurriedly apologized to her goddess. What child's words were, what an experience. No matter if she was right or wrong, she should at least express her attitude. The goddess nodded and seemed to accept her explanation. Her tone became serious. Where did the divinity in your body come from? If I'm not mistaken, this is an Egyptian temple. Judging from the divinity, it contains waves of unwillingness. Could it be that a mortal like you can actually kill a god? Thea did not know how to answer, but she remembered the books she read from Diana over the past few days. It seemed that the Greek and Egyptian deities were mortal enemies. Seeing that the goddess was still waiting for her answer, Thea made up her mind and nodded. It's Horus. The goddess was silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, her tone became high-pitched. Amazing. It's hard to believe that you can do such a feat as a mortal. I have to reward you. Ha. Thea laughed in her heart. She had made the right bet. There was indeed a grudge between them. This could be considered as a proof of his allegiance. We're definitely on the same side. She could almost see all kinds of divine equipment falling into her bag. One of the 18 types of weapons. She might not be able to defeat Darkseid, but General Zod should not be a problem. Awesome. Just as Thea was wondering if she would wake up from her dream, the goddess sigh made her heart skip a beat. It's a pity that I'm all alone now. I have nothing to reward you with, but I still have some of your magic left. What's the meaning of this? Now that the divine equipment is gone, you want to use my original items to send me away? Thea could not tell what she was feeling at the moment. She only felt that the goddess was a god. She was too stingy, but it was better than nothing. Just as she was about to nod, the goddess spoke again. I've converted all of this magic into divine power. You can't use it even if I give it back to you. What should I do? Sia's mood was in a mess because of her, sometimes high and sometimes low. She could tell that the goddess was not teasing her. She was indeed shy and could not take out anything. Seeing the goddess thinking hard, Sia did not dare to urge her. She could only stand straight and wait. Young time traveler, are you willing to be my chosen one? The goddess finally asked a question. Chosen one? The first thing that came to Thea's mind was the scene of Moira fooling the people. Those were her mother's chosen ones, but she soon realized that the goddess did not mean that. Thanks to Diana, Thea had recently read a lot of books about the gods. She had also attended literacy classes for 2 nights. Her knowledge of the gods was not shallow. She immediately understood what the goddess meant. What responsibilities does your chosen one have to bear? The reward was proportional to the effort. It was not that there was no such thing as a free lunch, but in theory, it was not her turn. The goddess waved her hand. I've already fallen. My chosen one doesn't need any responsibilities. If you're in a good mood, help me spread the word. If you're in a bad mood, don't. Such preferential treatment. Thea was immediately tempted. According to Diana, the chosen one was different from the priests. The priests were the servants of the gods. No matter how powerful the priests were, they were still servants. The role of the chosen one was similar to that of a disciple and an assistant. Seeing that she was a little tempted, the goddess added another weight. I originally thought that you were of the light attribute, so I absorbed more magic. I didn't expect that you also have the dark attribute, and a lot of it. If you become my chosen one, you will be able to master countless spells under the moonlight, and the power will be increased by 30%. I'm willing to be your chosen one. Thea immediately knelt down on one knee. It was too embarrassing to have magic but not the corresponding spells. Since there was no responsibility or obligation, why not get a lot of free knowledge? Ahem. You stand up first. The goddess was a little embarrassed. She pulled Thea up again. In her puzzled eyes, the goddess asked very seriously, "Time traveler, tell me your name." Thea's mouth twitched a little. Are you kidding me? We've been talking here for a long time, and you don't even know my name? This goddess looked very serious, but in fact, she was a little funny. After thinking about it again, she could not blame her. Horus, who was stabbed to death by her, probably did not know her name until he died. Chapter 210. This group of gods, whether it was Greek or Egyptian, had this problem. They looked down on mortals. Perhaps it was because their level of life was too high, and they were too lazy to remember the short lifespan of human beings. There was an idiom that could very accurately describe their attitude towards life, and that was, they were arrogant. Thea stood up helplessly and cleared her throat. Your Majesty, my name is Thea, Thea Quinn. Ahem, I remember. Come, kneel down now. Thea resisted the urge to kneel down again. Fortunately, nothing went wrong this time. The goddess conjured a shadow of a longbow and placed it on Thea's shoulder. She breathed steadily and said solemnly, I am the daughter of Zeus and Leto. My name is Artemis. I am the goddess of hunting and moonlight. Today, I bless Thea Quinn, my chosen one, forever. At first, Thea thought that it would be like a Western wedding, where she would have to say something like I do. But the truth was that this ceremony did not require her consent at all. The gods meant what they said. If they said you could do it, you could do it. The goddess then repeated it twice in two strange languages. Thea did not understand a single word. A soft silver light connected the foreheads of a human and a god in the blink of an eye. Countless knowledge poured into her mind. There were dark spells, the sacrificial methods of the Greek gods, hunting and breeding animals, and even a lot of dance moves and a lot of knowledge about brewing wine. What kind of nonsense is this? Thea was speechless. These gods looked very sacred, but they were actually very bored. Almost 70% of the knowledge that the goddess passed to her was about eating, drinking, and having fun. Usually, no one was thinking about fighting, and time was wasted. No wonder Ars could defeat an entire ship of them, but to say that this chosen one was useless was an injustice to the goddess. Although the specific knowledge needed to be sorted out, she had automatically mastered a spell-like ability. The goddess called this spell Eternal Night, which was cast once every 3 days. It could ignore the environment at the time and transform the night into a night with few stars, covering a radius of 10 miles. Within the range, regardless of friend or foe, the attack power of women would automatically increase by 30%, while the attack power of men would decrease by 30%. Such a discriminatory spell also depended on the strength of the specific target. If the target was too strong, it would not decrease by 30%, but it would definitely weaken the target. As for other benefits of the chosen one, such as increased lifespan and immunity to hallucinations, Thea was not in the mood to look carefully, because the shadow of the goddess was more ethereal. Apparently, the magic that she had absorbed from Thea had been completely exhausted. The divinity that you obtained from Horus, I have completely transformed it into divine power. Divine power is the foundation of the future. I will teach you a method. If you obtain divinity again in the future, you can use this spell to completely transform it into your own divine power. After the goddess finished speaking, she sent a ball of light into Thea's body. "Farewell, my chosen one. I am very lucky to have met you at the last moment of my life. May you walk a new path under the stars. Go out, your future is still waiting for you. If Diana is in trouble, for my sake, help her." The palm of the goddess quickly enlarged in her eyes, and Thea only felt that she was pushed down from a high building. When her consciousness returned to her body, she found that she was still in the cave. There was no high-dimensional space, no goddess, only the mournful cry of the elk. Did she come out? Feeling that the magic in her body was less than 1/10 of the original, she sighed in her heart. This magic could be completely controlled by herself. She removed the fusion with the unicorn and lowered her head to hug the elk. Let's go out." This time, the elk did not hesitate. It kowtowed on the spot and followed Thea out of the cave with firm steps. As soon as she walked out of the cave, she saw Diana's concerned eyes. Before she could ask how much time had passed, she saw 2 meteors in the sky. One was silver and the other was dark blue. They cut through the sky, leaving a long trail behind them as they rushed towards Thea. "What's that?" Thea did not see what it was with her powerful dynamic vision. She found that there were 2 more things in her hands. Artemis's silver moon longbow, and the other one. Oh my God, it's a quiver made by the father. The only person who could exclaim like this was Diana. At this time, she only had 1 guardian silver bracelet, and it was not yet the time when she would have a full set of god-tier equipment. Now that she saw Sia get 2 god-tier equipment, there was no need to mention how jealous she was. The silver moon longbow. Thea gently stroked the bow. The touch proved that the bow was not made of metal. Instead, it was a mixture of oak and some debris of the stars. The 2 characteristics of toughness and toughness were reflected in the bow at the same time. The length of the bow was 1.5 meters. It was a traditional ancient bow. The handguard was carved with Artemis's favorite. A pair of antlers was used as a symbol. The 2 wings of the bow were engraved with complicated and small carvings, all of which were praising the great achievements of the goddess. Thea slowly pulled the bowstring. A magic arrow instantly appeared on the string. After this standard movement, she knew the full name of the bow. Stars Fall, Artemis's silver moon longbow. It came with a magic arrow. Awesome. Thea carefully observed the quiver. If the bow was 100% welcoming to her, then the quiver was a little reserved to her. This dark blue quiver was made by Zeus for the goddess. It fully displayed the divine king's style, which was flamboyant and unbridled. Ever since the quiver was in his hands, it had been glowing, and it was always that kind of deep blue flash, as if it was declaring its extraordinariness. There were only 2 arrows in the quiver, or 2 kinds of arrows. Every time one was used, a new arrow would automatically appear in the quiver. One was the arrow that the goddess and Thea mentioned before. The arrowhead was dark blue in the shape of a lightning bolt. When it was filled with divine power, it could open a time channel. Of course, it could also be used as a lightning arrow. The goddess's original words were, "The divine power of the Father is unfathomable." He completely did not understand all the uses of this arrow. The other arrow was a sharp arrow blessed by the goddess herself. It was dark red in color. According to her, it was an arrow of revenge. In fact, Thea thought that it was an arrow used to bully women. As long as it was a woman who had lost her virginity, in theory, she could kill her with 1 arrow. Perhaps there were too many gods who opposed her in the later period, so the goddess rewrote her own doctrine and changed the group of victims to evil women who had lost their virginity. To be honest, Thea was a little sweaty when she looked at the arrow. At the same time, she wondered if there were any bad women in the world. The killing attack sounded beautiful, but there were a lot of restrictions. In the future, she would not use this arrow if she could. Whether it was the bow or the arrow, they could be stored in her body, and they were unique. That was to say, as long as she took away these 2 artifacts, even if she was in the original time and space of Paradise Island, there would be no trace of these 2 artifacts. Unless she was killed, these 2 artifacts would be bound to her. She did not immediately put them away. She still wanted to see the faces of these bad priests. If she put them away, what if they did not admit it? Chapter 211. Thea grinned as she approached the third priestess. You didn't wait long, did you? If you don't mind, then. Before Thea could finish her sentence, the dark-skinned woman knelt in front of her. She held her short sword with both hands and sobbed. You are the only representative of Artemis in this world. I am willing to return the name of Artemis and become your eternal servant. I will continue to serve the goddess of the hunt. Please accept me. Thea quickly glanced at the crowd and found that they were all surprised. This meant that this was not anyone's idea. It was the dark-skinned woman's own idea. She had to admit that she was quick-witted. She gave up the name of Artemis and became a servant. At least her reputation was preserved. If Thea did not leave the island, no one could banish her. However, her so-called eternal servant was a heavy promise. She probably thought that Thea would not live long. What a pity. Now, with the blessing of the Chosen and the divine power, and the life she shared with the unicorn, Thea could live for tens of thousands of years. The dark-skinned woman's plan was quite thorough. It seemed that she was not a completely brainless warrior. Should I accept her or not? She glanced at Hippolyte and saw the queen nodding slightly at her. Thea would not be so obedient, but she was already in a state of indifference. The queen's gesture made her make up her mind. What is your real name? The dark-skinned woman said with a little pain. Niobe. Thea took her short sword and returned it to her. I am Thea Quinn, the chosen of Artemis. As the only representative of Artemis's authority on earth, I accept your loyalty until the end of your life. I allow you to continue to serve the goddess. After saying that, she gently stroked Niobe's shoulder with the silver moon longbow in her hand. Get up, warrior of the goddess. I'll give you a mission now. Under the dark and muscular woman's puzzled gaze, Sia pointed at the elk. The task of feeding it from now on is yours. Sending the tanned woman to feed the elk was an important reason for Sia's final decision. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she did not have the patience to serve animals. Since the tanned woman knew the elk before, the task of feeding it from now on would be handed over to her. All of this happened very quickly. The dark-skinned woman gave up on the title of god, and the competition became meaningless. Only then did the crowd burst into a huge discussion. Chosen one. This is an honor that only the ancient heroes can obtain. God is the only one who walks on earth, the spokesperson of God. Oh my God. The three old priests were completely withered, and the most important fighting force under their hands, the black strong woman, directly surrendered to the enemy. The remaining few female warriors looked at their eyes with a little distrust. Although the voters were only designated by a single god, her status as a representative of the gods gave her great power to speak. The three of them had been talking about the 12 gods together for so many years. Now Artemis and the others definitely couldn't represent them, but they couldn't say that it was announced by 11 gods when they announced the oracle in the future. The whole could not be changed. This was their iron law for almost 5,000 years. Now that a hole had been dug in the iron law, the three of them felt that everything that happened today was still a dream. Thea was too lazy to pay attention to their thoughts. She just wanted to go back quickly and carefully study the specific abilities of the Chosen One and the divine bow. However, Hippolyte pulled her, raised her arm high, and announced loudly in her puzzled eyes, "From now on, she is our Artemis, our sister." "Oh Artemis!" The crowd below burst into cheers, especially Diana, who shouted the loudest. "Oh, I've joined the team." Thea looked at the excited expressions of the crowd. This was no longer a matter of unlocking the reputation. After receiving the title of God, she was already a member of the Amazon team. Legally, from any point of view, she was a member of this team. Anyway, she still had to stay here for a few months, so it was not bad. Thea calmly accepted the praise of everyone, including the old priests, who came forward and said a few words of congratulations against their will. Hippolyte ignored the priests who had ugly expressions. "Diana, you take Artemis to change clothes. The rest of you, come with me to prepare the ceremony to welcome the new sister." Thea, "Oh, no, Artemis, let's go. The ceremony will be ready quickly." Diana dragged Thea and ran. Elk saw it and quickly followed. The black strong woman sighed and followed behind. "Diana, just call me Thea. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted sharply. No. You must maintain respect for the gods. Elk blabbered a lot. Thea was a little speechless. You don't have to be so respectful to the gods. In her opinion, the goddess is just a little bit better than a clown. You admire her so much, but she doesn't care about you at all. Although you are half-sisters, the goddess only mentioned Diana at the end. I'm afraid that 10,000 Dianas added together are not as important as her dear. Thea was a little speechless. The so-called blessings of the gods were most likely forced by Zeus because he loved his daughter. Thea felt that her time was tight and her task was heavy. She had to correct her life principles and establish a healthy outlook on the gods. Otherwise, she would be defeated by her half-brother in the future. The three people and a deer left the tower and began to speed up. Thea now had one god's blessing. Although it was far inferior to Diana's 6 gods' blessings, the anti-magic restriction on her body had been lifted. She still had more than 10 years of magic power in her body and a trace of divine power transformed from divinity. She was now more powerful than Diana, whose divine power was suppressed by 90%. Elks were animals that were good at running. The black strong woman ran around the island every day, so she was not slow either. In less than 15 minutes, they returned to their residence. Diana took out a set of Amazon armor and asked Thea to change into it. There was nothing to say. For the coordination of the organization, they had to wear the same uniform. Thea had to change into it if she wanted to join them. Can't I wear underwear? Thea asked Diana when she knew that she had to wear the half-body armor without any clothes. Diana hesitated and let her try it on. She quickly found the problem and shook her head. No, your black belt is too obvious on your back. You should get over it. Fortunately, there were shorts in ancient Greece. She did not have to walk around in a battle dress. Although there were no males on the island, the refreshing feeling was intoxicating. Thea's body was a little skinny compared to her peers. Fortunately, she was tall enough. Although she was not as tall as Diana, who was 1.8 meters tall, her height was considered average on the island. After changing into the standard Paradise Island uniform, she looked at the bronze mirror to see if there were any flaws. She was satisfied. She added a cape and a spear and shouted Sparta. She could go to the movie set next door to be an extra. She wrapped a few parts of the mechanical arm with magic power and put them into her blood space. Their ritual advocated simplicity. Wearing too many accessories would make them look weird. Chapter 212. Thea changed her clothes and followed Diana. Why are we here? Isn't this a temple? Thea followed them to a huge cast cave and asked in confusion. This place was very close to the place where the two girls were honest with each other 2 days ago. Our sisters came from here in the beginning. Diana didn't explain much and led the way inside. Thea secretly observed the nearby rocks and landforms. Does this mean that the soil that created the Amazon came from this cave? Should I take some soil back for testing before we leave? She followed Diana into the depths of the cast cave. Wow, this place is huge. The cast cave was as spacious as a large square, and the height was at least 20 meters. The female warriors were all in position, half kneeling with their heads bowed as they recited ancient poems. Hippolyte's eyes opened slightly. When she saw them, she gestured for Thea to enter the pool in front of her. Thea had just taken 2 steps when Diana pulled her back. Why are you pulling me? Diana first pouted with her mouth, but when she saw that she did not understand, she could only whisper, clothes, bath. Although Thea did not have Athena's wisdom, she was still an outstanding smart person among the mortals. When she heard her words, she asked in surprise, now? Isn't there a changing room? I just walk in after taking off my clothes. Diana nodded vigorously, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. Oh my God! You are indeed influenced by ancient Greece. You are so open-minded. However, there was no room for hesitation. She had to make up her mind and stomp her feet. If she died, then so be it. They were all women anyway, so it was not a loss. Thea trembled as she handed her clothes to her new servant, Niobe, for safekeeping. The tanned and strong woman had been expelled from the Amazon and could not participate in this ceremony. Now, She was just watching the ceremony as Thea's servant. Shoes. Diana hurriedly reminded her when she saw that she was about to move forward. Thea took off her shoes again. Although it was not cold in the cave, she still felt chilly. It was less than 30 meters away. In the past, she could run it in a second, but now she felt that she had walked for 30 minutes. From time to time, she could feel gazes falling on her back, thighs, and many other indescribable parts. She walked barefoot on the gravel road. With her body that had been transformed by divine power, she would not be injured even if she walked on a mountain of swords, let alone gravel. However, she felt a sharp pain coming from her feet. Her nerves were tense, and she relied on her strong self-control to barely keep her pace steady. Fortunately, no matter how long the road is, it has an end. After 30 meters, Thea dives into the pool under the instruction of Hippolyte. She doesn't breathe a sigh of relief until the water reaches her neck. Bathing is only a part of the ceremony. She definitely can't be allowed to bathe for half an hour. There are 1,500 people below watching with their eyes wide open. After a brief dip in the water, Miss Thea was pulled out again. She quickly put on her clothes and followed the crowd to recite a prayer aimed at praising Zeus. Seeing that the old man's quiver is not bad, Thea also hummed a few words to make up the numbers. Hippolyte took the lead to welcome the new sister to join. The 1,500 people came forward one by one to express their blessings. They were busy for another hour. Thea was pulled out wet. Now her hair is dry. Seeing the crowd gradually disperse, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Diana, take Artemis to the temple to leave an image. The Queen's order made Thea's heart skip a beat. There's more. When she arrived at the temple, she found a few female warriors and told them the purpose of their visit. Thea then understood that the so-called image was a statue to be placed beside the gods. If it was still the era of belief, Thea might directly become a god after a few million years by relying on the statue. Thinking that the goddess is good to her, giving her pets and equipment, it's not shameful to put a statue beside her. Thea happily agreed. Who knows that this is the beginning of her nightmare? What? It's just a pose. Why do I have to take off my shirt? Thea feels that it's too difficult to communicate with these old-fashioned people. The female warrior, who has good craftsmanship and can be regarded as a sculptor in modern society, showed a bitter smile. She has been talking to the new chosen of the goddess of the hunt for half an hour. She talked from art to folklore, from folklore to doctrine, and led Thea to visit the statue room again. Indeed, as she said, all the statues were in a variety of combat postures. There were no extra clothes, just a cloth belt below as clothes. Seeing that Thea was a little hesitant, he began to talk about the beauty, the sense of honor, and the power of faith of believers. He chattered on and on about the benefits of all these. Thea didn't listen to the female sculptor's other words, but she did hear the power of faith clearly. Although it is not the era of belief, it doesn't mean that belief doesn't provide power. It can't be seen in a short time, but Thea is not a person of this era. When she returns to the original time and space, it will be 100 years later. The faith accumulated in this 100 years is enough for her to transform a lot of divine power. Then can we go into the temple to make a statue? No way. The gravel will tarnish the sanctity of the temple. No, we have to make a statue in the square outside. It is ventilated and full of sunlight, an important place for art to burst forth. The sculptor insisted that the statue must be made in the open. Thea thought for a long time. For the sake of that little bit of faith, I'll go all out. She couldn't help but look up at the sky. The gods have fallen, Batman's watchtower will not rise for another 100 years, so there shouldn't be anyone watching from the sky. For the second time in a day, she took off her armor, wrapped a piece of linen around her waist, and stood in a place with the most sunlight. She was a little embarrassed when she carried the quiver. The quiver was slanted, and the belt just happened to pass through the indescribable thing on Thea's chest, making her a little breathless. Why is this thing so tight? She adjusted it a few more times and put it in a barely suitable position. She raised the longbow, and although her chest was pounding, she had to pretend to be careless and fearless. Hold on to this position, I'll be done in a minute. The sculptor corrected her a few more small movements, and then he began to work with the hammer and axe. Thea maintained this position for 3 hours, but she didn't look like she was going to be done soon. She wanted to cast a haste spell on this guy, but the spell was blocked by the island's anti-magic barrier as soon as it was cast. Sigh. Thea sighed. It seemed that the anti-magic barrier on her body had been lifted, and she could only cast spells on herself in the future on the island. As the sun set, most of the female warriors finished their day's training. When they passed by the square, they all paid attention to Thea, who was posing. It was really a test of her acting skills to be watched by a group of people, but she still had to pretend to be serious. Thea could only focus on thinking about new skills to ease the inexplicable awkwardness. Chapter 213. The first thing she needed to study was the weapon that would feed her for a long time in the future, the silver moon longbow. Thea now had a slight understanding of the composition of the energy in the world. Earth, fire, water, wind, and light, as well as the 6 major elements, were the conclusions that the sorcerers came to after observing the world. However, in the eyes of the gods, these were just changes in the attributes of divine power. Divine power had no attributes, but its level was higher than the magic of the 6 major elements. It was the ultimate power in the world. Artemis' silver moon longbow was most suitable to be driven by divine power, but because of the longbow's compatibility, it could also use magic of a lower level. Thea could attach various directional spells to the arrow to form a variety of special arrows. Not only could it increase the shooting range, but it could also increase the casting speed and reduce the consumption of magic. If she was more proficient in magic, she could combine 2 or even 3 types of spells on the arrows, and the effect would be even more amazing. She knew too little fire and wind magic, and a simple flame arrow might be considered powerful in ancient times, but it was a little weak in the modern era where technological equipment was everywhere. Thea focused her research on the light and dark elements. The arrow with the light attribute, coupled with her Eye of Horus, could shoot very far. She did not know if it could reach as far as 800 miles away, but the arrow could constantly absorb the energy of light from the natural environment while flying, so the energy consumption of the arrow was almost equal. In theory, the arrow could shoot as far as the light could go. This result made Thea sweat profusely. Did this mean that as long as she could see, she would be able to shoot it? The problem was that her divine power limited the Eye of Horus, and she could not see that far. Another problem was that even if the arrow could travel a few light-years, it was not powerful enough. It was impossible to kill Darkseid with this arrow, but it could still bully the Earthlings. With the help of the knowledge of the Chosen, Thea now had the most knowledge of the dark element. Many of the goddess understandings were too profound. Putting aside the combat strength of the two, Uncle Merlin was like a child compared to the goddess in terms of age. Many of the goddess knowledge was not suitable for the beginner Thea. She could only compare a few similar spells with her own Black Fog spell and Black Fog Hold spell for reference. One of the spells caught Thea's attention. The goddess named the spell Shadow Labyrinth. It was a very high-level spell. Even if Thea used up all her magic, she wouldn't be able to cast it. However, with the help of the divine power in her body and the divine bow, she could barely cast it. The target affected by the spell would ignore their own will and be instantly pulled into a maze made of dark elements. If the target had a deep foundation and superior intelligence, they would be able to see the path around them clearly. There was a small chance that they could walk out of the maze and return to the normal world. If I can't get out, the whole labyrinth will be sucked into Artemis's divine kingdom. The goddess is lying dead and bored. She will be happy to have someone to accompany her. There was also black oil, which covered the ground in a layer of oily mud. No matter how Thea looked at it, it was an escape skill. There were hundreds of spells, each of which was broad and profound. It would take a lot of time to fully understand them. After Thea stood in the sun without drinking water for 6 hours, the sculptor finally said that she could leave. The preliminary work was completed, and she only needed to deal with the rest. Thea didn't need to suffer anymore. Thea felt as though she had been pardoned. Knowing that the statue wouldn't be opened to outsiders after it was completed, she was completely relieved. She didn't want Steve Trevor to come to the island half a year later and see such a humiliating statue of her. Thea was afraid that she couldn't help but dig out his eyes. For everyone's future, it was best to place the statue inside the temple to receive faith. With Diana, who had been accompanying her, the two walked around the temple but couldn't find the three bad priestesses. She wanted to slap them in the face, but the eye of Horus they hid couldn't find them. Thea could only give up on revenge and find a place to practice with Diana. Thea had a great time in the following days. Although she despised it, the goddess did have a lot of cooking experience in her knowledge. In order to not let her hunter believers starve to death in the jungle, the goddess painstakingly studied a lot of recipes and summed up a set of easy-to-learn survival guides in the wild. With this guide, Sia finally got rid of the miserable situation of eating batter with the female warriors. The tanned strong woman, who was forced to submit to her because of the situation, came to eat with her every day. The relationship between the two was greatly improved, and Sia could feel that her loyalty had improved a lot. As for Diana, the original obedient girl, she was also completely taken away from the collective life. The three of them and the elk often hid in a corner and gorged themselves on food. This elk really ate everything except its own kind, so it was relatively easy to raise. The three of them naturally competed in their spare time. There was no other leisure activity on the island. Thea could leave the island at this time, but she couldn't think of where to get the divine power. Once when she was fighting with Diana, she inserted an arrow and tried to absorb some of the dissipating divine power, but the result was a little disappointing. She didn't know if it was because of the anti-magic field, but the divine power she absorbed was very little. Although the divine power of other gods could be used as a recharge, and in theory, Vandal Savage was also present at this time, Thea couldn't find him. Even if she found him, he wouldn't summon Horus unless he was in a desperate situation. Thea also didn't want to trick Horus over and over again. He was really an honest god. As for whether other priests could summon gods, Thea felt that without almost infinite vitality, 180 priests with mortal bodies couldn't be summoned without a large-scale blood sacrifice. After thinking about it, she could only follow Diana to fight Ars. Their battle should be able to absorb enough energy to let her go home. The battle for the divine name of Artemis came to an end, and Paradise Island gradually returned to peace. Thea used 3 months to absorb a drop of Horus divine blood. At that time, she got a total of 4 drops of ordinary divine blood and 2 drops of extremely pure divine blood. The Atom Man used a drop of ordinary divine blood, and Thea left 2 drops to take back for her parents. This time, she absorbed the remaining drop of ordinary divine blood. Her foundation was completely different from ordinary people like the Atom Man, and with the secret method taught by the goddess, she turned divine blood into divinity, and then divinity into divine power. The initial absorption process made her absorb without eating, drinking, or moving for 3 days. The remaining energy was also constantly extracted and digested, and the whole process lasted more than 3 months before it was finally completed. The divine power in her body changed from the original hair to the thickness of a toothpick, and Thea's strength, speed, and endurance were all improved. On this day, Niobe was arranged to take the elk for a walk, and Thea and Diana were sparring at the beach. Diana may have realized how strong she was, and her strength increased rapidly like a rocket. From the beginning, she lost more than she won, and now the two were very close in strength. This kind of battle had been carried out many times in the past 6 months. Heh! What's that? The two of them who were sparring suddenly heard a rumbling sound in the air. Both of them stopped what they were doing at the same time and turned their heads to look. It's a plane. Chapter 214. That's the plane. Why does it look like there's someone on it? That person seems to be calling for help. Diana did not have special eyes like Thea. Her divine power had improved her in all aspects. Her overall qualities were extremely balanced. She had no strong points but also no weak points. At this moment, she squinted her eyes slightly and looked at the single-winged Fokker plane in the sky that was emitting thick smoke. Diana asked Sia with some uncertainty. If she could see it, Thea could see it even more clearly. It was indeed the young Steve Trevor, the future liaison between the Justice League and the American government, the leader of the Heaven's Eye Society. He was wearing a German military uniform and looked at the plane anxiously as it spun and crashed into the sea. He did not have Thea's ability, nor did he have any life-saving equipment such as a skateboard. Although he tried for a long time to regain control of the plane, all his attempts were in vain. With a splash, the plane plunged into the cold sea. Diana saw the scene clearly. She hesitated for a moment and was ready to jump into the sea to save him. However, she realized that her braid was grabbed after she took 2 steps. She could only look at Thea with a puzzled expression. Paradise Island should not be discovered by the world. Think about what Her Majesty the Queen taught you. Thea certainly would not let her save Steve Trevor. Steve Trevor was about to meet God when he was unexpectedly saved by a beauty and fell into an inconclusive love. In psychology, this was how the suspension bridge effect was created. However, directly saying that she would not save him would affect her glorious image. Therefore, it was best to use Diana's respected mother as a scapegoat. As expected, Diana was led astray by her words. She thought about Hippolyte's attitude and felt a little bitter. Her Majesty the Queen would not even frown if 10 million people died in front of her, let alone one person. This result caused Diana to be in a dilemma. Just as Diana's head was about to explode, Thea finally spoke. Forget it. Let's save him first. After all, his a life. Thea's face was full of positive energy when she said this. Diana's gaze froze as she thought to herself, she's really a good person. Thea certainly could not watch Steve drown. This guy was even more important to the timeline than she was. If he died here, who knew what would happen to America in 2008? Without his suppression, the ambitious Amanda might do something earth-shattering and patriotic. Although Thea had to be saved, she was not going to jump into the sea and swim over. She did not know if it was because of their conflicting natures, but Thea hated water. She could accept and enjoy daily baths, but she hated swimming in the sea. Thea estimated the distance. The place where the plane crashed was outside the anti-magic area, so her magic could still work as usual. She muttered softly and chanted an incantation. A large silver hand appeared in front of Steve Trevor. In his inexplicable horror, the hand violently grabbed him by the collar and pulled him out of the cockpit. It then flew slowly to the shore. Diana had seen Thea's magic many times in the past 6 months. At first, she was surprised, then envious, and now, she was used to it. Now that Diana saw the people being rescued, her own interests and hobbies surged into her heart. Hey, can you pull that plane back? I'm a little curious. Huh? A plane? Thea looked at the old single-winged Fokker plane that had broken into 3 pieces. The original plot did not have this part. Although this request was difficult for others, it was not difficult for her. She took out her silver moon longbow and condensed a magic arrow. She estimated the distance. It was only 3,000 meters. The arrows attached to the magic ropes were stuck to the fuselage. In the hands of the 2 girls with unscientific strength, the fuselage seemed to be non-existent. The fuselage that had broken into 3 parts was quickly pulled back by their great strength. As the giant magic hand sent Steve Trevor to the shore, Diana was a little hesitant. Is that a man? Thea was too lazy to answer such a childish question. She turned her face away and ignored her. Diana hugged her elbows and fell into deep thought. Should she study the man first or the plane first? In the end, the light of humanitarianism prevailed. Those machines could not escape anyway. Diana was a little excited and pulled Thea to see the man. It was the first living man she had ever seen in her life. Thea knew that the war was about to begin. The Germans and Hippolyte would appear one after another. The Germans did not care, but she did not want Queen Hippolyte to think that she was the one who saved Steve. She did not want Queen Hippolyte to think that she was the one who saved Steve and then kick her out of Paradise Island to appease the islanders, leaving her daughter behind. According to Sia's conjecture, the two-faced Hippolyte was completely capable of doing such a thing. That would be too unfair. She could not go and fight ours, could she? Diana had to leave the island. This was an important event in the timeline. Thea unconsciously slowed down a few steps. She instantly cast a suggestion spell to reduce her presence. You're a man. Diana revealed her 8 white teeth, which she thought were very amiable, and looked at Steve, who was in a daze, with a smile. At this time, Steve was so frightened by the giant silver hand that he almost peed his pants. It was the first time he encountered such a supernatural thing. Before he could wake up, he was pulled back to reality by Diana's voice. "A man? What the hell was that?" Steve Trevor looked at Diana, who was smiling like a flower in front of him. He was not surprised. In the past, when he saw a beautiful woman, he would always say a few words no matter how dangerous the situation was. However, at this time, he did not have such thoughts at all. His mind was filled with thoughts such as, her teeth are so white. And she won't eat me, right? Of course, Thea also played a part in this. Although the anti-magic spell on the island was still in effect, the two of them were at the edge of the island. The anti-magic spell was extremely unstable where they were now, which was one of the reasons why they could break in one after another. Thea cast a very small fear spell on Steve. This spell was greatly weakened by the anti-magic spell. In the past, it would at most give people nightmares. However, at this moment, when it was used on Steve, who was still in shock, the effect was surprisingly good. Unfortunately, the show did not last for more than 2 minutes. Boom! Thea heard a muffled sound in her mind. She immediately turned to look at Diana and found that she did not feel the loud sound at all. What happened? Was it the power of magic? Thea immediately opened the Eye of Horus to observe. She saw that the anti-magic spell that used to protect Paradise Island like a big shield was torn open not far away from them. The enchantment here was broken by a powerful force. Could it be that their continuous intrusion was not an accident, but the intervention of a higher-level existence? Ars. Thea chanted the name in her mind. She was still wondering how this group of people could have broken in one after another when this realm had not been discovered for 5,000 years. Thea had entered the range of Paradise Island through the time tunnel. Now that she thought about it, she did not think it was an accident. It was most likely the result of a few gods secretly working in the dark. How could these guys be an accident? Maybe this was part of Ars's plan, or maybe it was not. But now was not the time to think about it. Because the enemy was here. Chapter 215. Not far away, 4 small boats and a warship were sailing towards them. Just as Thea was wondering if she should sink the warship first, she realized that the warship, which could barely be considered a light cruiser, had hit the rocks right in front of her eyes. It hit the rocks. The hull of the ship tilted violently, and soldiers kept swimming to the boats. In less than 3 seconds, the warship began to fill with water, and in less than 10 seconds, it sank to the bottom of the sea. Are you kidding me? She did not believe that there was no divine intervention in this. It was too suspicious. There were many submerged reefs near Paradise Island, but the bottom of the warship in the early 20th century was already very thick, and there were also repairmen on board. The speed at which it sank was too fast. With a loud noise from the warship, Diana finally woke up from her academic discussion about men. She looked at the 4 small boats not far away and the armed soldiers on them. Oh, they're coming. Steve finally got out of his imagination and looked at the German soldiers who were about to land. He wanted to run up the mountain. Diana. The Queen's anxious and angry roar came at the right time. Thea breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the plot would not change. Diana, get out of there. Hippolyte did not wait for Diana's response. She shouted to the female warriors around her, "Archers, get ready." Their cliff was thousands of meters away from the sea. How did this group of female warriors suddenly become so fierce? Just as Thea was thinking about what was going on, she saw the Queen's body light up with a green wind, and the green wind instantly enveloped all the female warriors around her. So it was a magical equipment. No wonder. Thea did not think that all the female warriors were equipped with the Eye of Horus. Even if Horus turned into a centipede, he would not have so many eyes. However, this equipment was really good. The Queen, who did not have any magic power, could use it. Needless to say, it was given to her by Zeus, who was her close friend. It wasn't wrong to say that Diana had a full set of godly equipment, but as Zeus' mistress, she had lived for so many years without being killed by the jealous god Queen Hera. One could imagine how luxurious her equipment was. The first round of crossfire between the Amazons and the German soldiers ended with the Queen's side winning. A rain of arrows streaked across the sky and fell on the enemy's head. The only pity was that the queen had rushed over in a hurry. There were too few of them, less than 50 of them, while the German soldiers on the other side had more than 300. After taking the first round of arrows head-on, the German side lost less than 10% of their members. The remaining people yelled and rode with all their might, rapidly shortening the distance between the two sides. "Diana, take him and hide. I'll join the battle." Thea now had some feelings for Paradise Island. The queen had brought her guards, and Thea knew all of them by name. Originally, there would be a lot of casualties, but now that she was here, she would not let that happen. As for these Germans, they were all wiped out in the original plot. Presumably, they would not interfere with the timeline, so she did not have any psychological burden to kill them. Before the German soldiers completely entered the anti-magic area, Thea shot 4 arrows in a row. Each arrow was accompanied by a flash spell. Although this beginner spell was originally invented by the old sorcerers for illumination, it was very effective in battle. The German soldiers on the 4 ships felt like they were on the edge of the sun. The strong light made them unable to open their eyes. However, they were well trained after all. The leading officer gave the order loudly, and everyone closed their eyes and continued to row with all their might. Amazing. Thea sighed softly. The Germans were known as the strongest army in Europe. This kind of discipline was admirable. However, due to her standpoint, she shot the leading officer dead with some respect, but soon, she was stunned. The Germans' command system was not completely paralyzed. After shooting a captain dead, a lieutenant immediately took over. After 2 lieutenants were shot dead, a second lieutenant took over the command. They were really elite soldiers. Compared to the American soldiers in the 21st century who could not walk without a GPS, these people were worthy of being called elite. However, admiration was one thing. Thea did not stop at all. She stood there like a mountain and kept shooting arrows. She aimed at the German soldiers who had raised their guns. Just as she shot and killed 17 soldiers, the female Amazons also shouted and jumped down from the cliff to join the battle. The Germans recovered quickly. The second lieutenant kept giving orders, and the team of more than 200 people moved quickly like a machine. The metal bullets began to show their power on the battlefield. The second lieutenant with a big beard, who might have been very stylish at the time, but looked a little dirty in Thea's eyes. He touched his beard and looked contemptuously at the female Amazons who were gathering. "Natives. Haha. Let them see the power of science." His contemptuous look made Thea angry. "Natives my *SS. I haven't even said that you have a big beard." The people of the 21st century were mocked as natives by the people of the 20th century. She could not tolerate it. Shooting him with a bow and arrow would be letting him off easy. Thea was ready to take him back and let him see the torture of the natives. She instantly cast the Windwalk spell on herself. With the blessing of divine power, the power of her spells was much stronger than before. She rushed toward the bearded man as fast as lightning. Fire! The bearded man did not know that he was in danger. Seeing that many soldiers had regrouped, he loudly gathered the soldiers and pointed their guns at the female warrior who jumped down from the cliff. Bang bang, the sound of gunshots rang out continuously. There were 50 rifles aimed at the female warrior who was rushing over. Thea's dynamic vision was instantly activated. From the analysis of the trajectory, she could see that many female warriors would be shot. They might not know the power of guns, or they might be fearless. Of course, Thea could not just watch them die. She did not have time to catch the bearded man. She ran at full speed, like an arrow, and rushed to the crossfire area. Although she was far from the speed of the flash, her instantaneous speed at this time exceeded 800 kilometers per hour. In the face of this kind of old-fashioned Mauser rifle, she passed through the crossfire area like a gust of wind. Fearing that stray bullets would cause accidental injuries, she wrapped her hands with magic and intercepted all the bullets that were shot at the female warrior in midair. "You have science, I have magic." Thea shouted this sentence out loud. She didn't care whether the bearded man understood her or not. She just shot the bullets in her hand in the opposite direction like scattering flowers. She did not practice with hidden weapons, nor did she deliberately aim. She used her mental power to roughly determine the direction. She did not pursue any lethality. She threw it with all her strength just to deter this group of enemies. Da the sound of a large number of horses' hooves could be heard. The queen took more than 30 guards around the bottom of the cliff and began to charge at the flank of the German soldiers. The two sides were very close, and many people were stunned by Thea's attack. It was not until the queen, wearing a gorgeous-looking armor, charged into the German team that they were shocked. The formation was directly broken up, and they could only try to stop the Amazons' attack in twos and threes. Chapter 216. At this moment, the queen was as valiant as a Valkyrie. She rode on a tall white horse and slashed left and right with a long sword. Wherever she went, it was as if she was invincible. Thea could see spiritual light that ordinary people could not see. She was almost dazzled by the magic effects on the queen. At a rough glance, there were 7 or 8 pieces of equipment with different effects. There were some that increased attack and defense, and there seemed to be some kind of halo effect. The combat power of the female warriors was obviously higher than usual. This was the level 1 Smurf that was armed with epic equipment by the max-level main account Zeus. Thea watched the queen slashing the German soldiers like they were vegetables. At this time, she deeply understood Zeus's love. The anti-magic domain to protect the Amazons from the outside world was all a lie. The real thing was to protect his mistress. Looking at the queen's godly equipment, except for the king of gods, the rest of the gods would be beaten up by the queen if they entered Paradise Island in their true form. Thea naturally would not just stand there and watch. She silently used her divine power to activate the talent of the Chosen One. Eternal Night. The power that belonged to the goddess of the hunt shrouded an area of 10 miles. The clear sky of the battlefield was instantly covered by the clear moonlight. The strength of the women in the area was greatly increased, and the men were severely suppressed. Diana, who was hiding with Steve Trevor, saw that her people were fighting. Thea's night sky had also greatly enhanced her strength. She only felt that her strength was endless. She gritted her teeth and ran out to participate in the first battle of her life. Steve was also prepared to go and help, but Thea's transformation had completely destroyed his worldview. He did not know that he was being suppressed by an invisible divine power. He only felt that his mouth was dry and his legs were trembling. His legs were trembling, and he could not take a step forward for a long time. The queen, the female warriors, and even the mares they rode were all buffed by Thea. The female warriors on foot moved like the wind, almost leaving after images behind. Antiope jumped down from the horse's back, her body turning continuously in midair, the short sword and spear in her hand constantly swinging. By the time she landed, there were already 7 German soldiers lying around her. The dark-skinned woman and the elk, who were not far from the battlefield, heard the exchange of gunfire and rushed over. This was also the first time Thea had seen the elk fight. Its body gradually began to expand as it ran, and finally became the size of an adult elephant. Its originally cute antlers had now become as sharp as swords. Its huge body was unstoppable as it rushed into the central area of the German soldiers. 4 or 5 soldiers were directly pushed into the sky by its huge momentum. At this time, Steve mustered up his courage and finally got rid of a German soldier. When he raised his gun to support the female soldiers, he saw such an anti-Darwinian moose. His emotions surged, and he collapsed to the side. Niobe, he is not the enemy. The dark-skinned woman ran a little slower than the elk and happened to see Steve sneakily raising his gun. When she was about to throw a javelin at him, Thea hurriedly stopped him to avoid a major change in the timeline. The dark-skinned woman glared at Steve until he couldn't stand up. Then she rushed into the battlefield with a roar, the javelin in her hand shooting out instantly. She was different from the female warriors. As a servant, she had come into contact with Thea's Eternal Night enchantment many times in the past 6 months. She was very experienced in using the increased power. The javelin in her hand shot out at the right angle. 2 German soldiers were nailed to the ground before they could even make a sound. At this time, the most dazzling person on the battlefield was Diana. After spending half a year with Thea, she had gradually gotten rid of her naivety. Whether it was her conviction or her own martial arts, she was much better than her original self. Especially when she saw a queen's guard fall to the ground, The anger in her heart washed away the fear of entering the battlefield. Charging, whirlwind slash, shield bash. It was as if she didn't know fatigue, constantly rushing left and right on the battlefield. On the other hand, the German soldiers were greatly weakened. They were originally inferior to the female warriors in all aspects. Now, with the Queen's halo and Thea's discriminating buff, they found that their opponents came and went like lightning, while they were as slow as 8-year-old men. More and more German soldiers fell in pools of blood. Under the heavy psychological pressure, a few of them finally shouted loudly to surrender. Mother! When Diana heard that the other party was about to surrender, the righteous belief in her heart regained the upper hand. She quickly ran to Hippolyte and asked. Due to the heavy casualties of the female warriors and the death of Antiope, neither the Queen nor Diana mentioned anything about surrendering. They ignored everything and killed all the Germans. However, at this time, Antiope was not even injured, let alone killed. One of the female warriors was seriously injured and 2 were lightly injured. None of them were life-threatening. Hippolyte hesitated for a moment. Tie them all up. The Queen pointed at Steve Trevor in the distance. Catch that guy too. I want to ask him why he came to Paradise Island. Diana naturally obeyed. She also saw Steve's useless appearance. She was used to the martial arts culture of Paradise Island and looked down on this kind of guy. She was not so interested in the so-called man research. She pulled Steve in front of Hippolyte like a chicken. Thea was overjoyed when she saw this scene. Her initial impression of Steve was so bad. The two of them should not have anything to do with each other anymore. Great. She also happily came to the Queen's side, ready to watch the show. What are you doing here? I can't say. What's your name? I can't say either. The Queen asked 5 or 6 questions in a row. Steve either kept his mouth shut or said that he could not say. His non-violent and uncooperative attitude almost made the Queen laugh. He then turned to ask the German captives. They were just a bunch of soldiers who only knew how to chase after Steve. As for why they were chasing after him, perhaps only the captain in charge knew. Unfortunately, the captain was shot dead by Sia before the battle even started. The Queen was too lazy to talk nonsense with Steve. She led the prisoners back to the residence in the central area with the rest of the troops. Thea, as the chosen of God, was also lucky enough to participate in Steve's small trial. This was the first time she had seen the mantra lasso. To be honest, the divine artifact's divine power was not strong. In terms of divine power alone, it was a relatively weak divine artifact. However, she did not know what the original creator wanted to do. He added a trace of the power of the rules in the forging process, causing the divine artifact's grade to rise rapidly. This kind of power of the rules was almost unbreakable in the material world. Anyway, Thea could not find a way to resist the mantra lasso. Thea could not think of a way to break it, and Steve, a mere mortal, was even more helpless. He told her everything he knew from the beginning to the end. Chapter 217. Regarding his claim that Germany wanted to dominate the world, how righteous the Americans were, and how selfless Steve was, fighting for the liberation of all mankind, the people of Paradise Island, represented by the Queen, just treated it as idle chatter. No one took it seriously. Sia, on the other hand, was a little speechless. These words were said under the truth lasso, and to Steve, it was the absolute truth. In his heart, he really thought that Germany was evil and America was righteous. He was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of his country. Such a noble sentiment made Sia sweat. Compared to him, Sia's patriotism was not even as big as a sesame seed. This child was still young, similar to the patriotic young man in Marvel who also added Steve as his friend. Both of them did not realize the filth of politics. The war has been going on for 4 years. 27 countries have been involved. 25 million people have died. Countless innocent old people, women, and children have been slaughtered. The power of weapons has never been as great as it is today. I have to go back and save my people. At the end of his speech, Steve was sobbing uncontrollably. Except for Sia, who knew the truth of the history, everyone else was moved. Mother, this must be Arz's doing. Diana instantly came to such a strange conclusion through her own worldview. Thea wanted to say that ours was wronged. This god was so wronged. What did the greed of mankind have to do with the god of war? How could he just put the blame on ours? The good things were done by the wise leaders of mankind, and the bad things were done by the evil god ours. In the beginning, Ars's only priesthood was war. However, during the long campaign of putting the blame on Ars, mankind automatically helped Ars to get a lot of priesthoods such as conquest, bloodthirst, destruction, and so on. Ars was pulled from the neutral camp to the evil camp. Hearing her daughter's words, Hippolyte was confused at first. However, she quickly recalled the evil and heartless stories that she had instilled in her daughter. She was embarrassed and speechless. Diana ignored everyone's strange looks and confidently explained her theory, from myths and legends to the current state of the world, and finally concluded, only Ars has such a powerful ability to do so many immoral things. Finding that no one responded to his description, he could only turn to Thea for support. Artemis, you think so too, right? Thea froze for 2 seconds before realizing that he was talking to her. What else could she say? Ars was not innocent. He was more or less involved in the war. He immediately nodded vigorously and made a clear statement. You are right, Ars must die. Antiope, who was supposed to be dead at this time, thought of something and advised in a low voice, Your Majesty, dealing with Ars is the mission of the Amazons. Thea also made her stance clear. Your Majesty, I can feel the remnants of Ars' divine power in the world. This is our mission. She could feel the divine power of a ghost, but she couldn't feel it. It didn't mean that the Queen couldn't feel it. Steve had just crashed, and the Germans were still floating on the sea. The Queen could rush to the seaside with a large number of thugs. The battlefield at that time was not close to the residential area. How did she come? The Queen must have some kind of detection and warning device, otherwise, it would be impossible to be so fast. Diana got the support of the two and became more confident. She looked at her mother with bright eyes. Hippolyte's face was cold. She ignored the three and took the lead to leave the courtroom. Everyone walked out in a single file, and Diana walked at the back with her head down. Sia looked around. Steve was still tied by the noose. She untied the noose and handed it to Diana. This equipment, in the words of Shenxia, had too much karma. She didn't dare to put it in her pocket in front of everyone. Niobe, take him down and clean up. Thea handed Steve, who had recovered a lot, to the dark-skinned woman. No matter how thirsty he was, he wouldn't do anything to Niobe, who was like a black bear, right? Thea, what should I do? Diana asked worriedly. Hey, this girl was obviously confused. Finally, she didn't call her by a long list of names. Thea could only encourage her. Stick to your heart, Diana. No matter what, I will support you. With Thea's support, Diana's fear of the outside world subsided. Firm belief reappeared between her eyebrows. She told Thea to go back and wait for her, and hurriedly left alone. What was she doing? Thea thought to herself. Was she going to get the deceptive Godslayer? This girl was so lucky. Except for the problem with the Godslayer, she would soon be fully equipped and beat everyone who didn't agree. Not long after returning to the residence, the dark-skinned woman led Steve, who had barely washed up, back to report. Mr. Trevor, do you have any further plans to stop the war? Thea saw Steve staring blankly at the bread she baked the moment he entered the house. She was afraid that the future leader of the Sky's Eye Society would starve to death, so she quickly threw him a piece of bread. After he finished it in a few bites, she handed him a glass of water. Your American English is very authentic. You have a gift for languages. I'm going back to London first. You know London, right? It's the capital of England. I need to submit a mission to my boss. After that, I can help you find your man. Ars. Yes, that's the name. Steve was about to tease Thea when he saw her beauty, but when he saw Thea's divine power staring at him through her eyes, he didn't dare to say anything else. Instead, he told her his plan honestly. What kind of *T plan was this? This guy was deliberately using Diana as his free bodyguard. If Ars hadn't jumped out, with Diana's little experience, she wouldn't have been able to find him even if she searched for 100 years. This war was not about strategy or planning, It was about who was the dumbest. These two half-brothers had fully demonstrated a competition of who was worse than the other. Although this mission was stupid, and the outcome of the battle had nothing to do with the world, Thea had no choice but to participate in this so-called epic battle with them in order to collect enough energy to go home. Niobe, I'm going to go on this fated expedition with Diana. Although we weren't on good terms at first, we're good friends now. Do you want to stay or come with us? The dark-skinned woman hesitated for a moment. She wasn't Diana, who yearned for the outside world. To her, living and dying on the island was her final destination. I understand, my friend. Thank you for taking care of me for so many days. I'll now give you back your freedom. I'll discuss your matter with the Queen and let you return to the Amazon. Chapter 218. Thea did not wait for the woman's response. Instead, she took out her longbow and gently touched the woman's shoulder, cancelling the verbal contract between the two. The woman was so touched by Thea's kindness that she knelt on the ground and sobbed. Steve did not understand Greek, so he did not know what they were talking about. He could only stare blankly at them. After crying for a while, the woman realized that it was not the time to express her feelings. So, she bowed to Thea. This was the normal procedure, and Thea did not stop her. Watching the woman leave in tears, Thea felt a little sad. The next time they met would probably be more than 100 years later, if Hippolyte still allowed her to come to the island. At the same time, Thea was thinking about who to hire for the job of feeding the elk. But before she could think about it for long, the dark-skinned woman ran back and handed an exquisite jade box to Thea. Artemis, this is the treasure of the lost Amazons. We abandoned the Greek gods and went into the arms of the Egyptian gods. It was not until 2,000 years ago that we returned to Paradise Island, but we can no longer activate the magic on it. Perhaps you are its master. She stuffed the jade box into Thea's hands and nodded before she could refuse. Then, she left like a gust of wind. What is this? It's so mysterious. Thea first studied the jade box. It was square and airtight, and even her psychic power could not penetrate it. It should be a special box. When she opened the jade box, she saw a palm-sized disc. The disc was a little broken and seemed to have been crushed by a strong force. It was made of neither gold nor silver, and there was a dazzling metal chain on it. It seemed to be an amulet. Thea took the amulet out of the jade box and looked at it carefully. She was completely dumbfounded. The front of the disc was engraved with a rising throne, and the back of the disc was the image of a goddess sitting cross-legged on the ground with her wings spread out. Thea, who was now proficient in theology, put the amulet back into the jade box with lightning speed. This was the image of Isis, the Egyptian god, who was famous for his powerful magic power. This god claimed to know the true names of countless gods. Except for Ra, the father of all gods, he could control all the true gods. He was now on the side of the Greek gods, and he was an activist with the identity of an elector. He could not get along with the Egyptian gods. More importantly, this goddess of boundless magic was the mother of Horus. Although Thea often deceived herself by saying that Horus could live for more than 200 years, she knew that this matter could not be hidden from the eagle's efforts to avenge him. How could Isis, the mother of Horus, not know what the eagles knew? The dark-skinned woman was not trying to trick her. Although she only glanced at it, she knew the effect of the amulet. It was really a fool's move. As long as a person with a certain amount of spiritual power wore this amulet, he could use the remaining magic power in the amulet to be possessed by Isis. In ancient times, Isis might come in person, but now, in the era where the gods were living under subsistence, she could only be a projection. But Thea did not dare to take the risk. What if Isis rushed into the main material plane to avenge her son's death? Perhaps they could kill him together with Diana. After that, they would kill his son and his wife. Would it be time for Osiris to make his appearance next time? At that time, she and the Egyptian gods would become mortal enemies. Although there was a great chance that she could get a pair of eyes of Horus, it would be a terrible thing. It was normal that the dark-skinned woman and the others did not respond to this amulet. This was the anti-magic field set by Zeus, and there were no gods at the level of the king of gods here. Even Diana, his daughter, was suppressed like an ordinary person, let alone this amulet from an enemy god. After so many years, it was tenacious to have only a few cracks and not be broken into powder. Sigh, what should I do? This amulet was full of magic power. She was reluctant to give it to the dark-skinned woman, but she did not dare to use it. Fortunately, all the modern gods were dead. Otherwise, this amulet would have been sensed as soon as it left Paradise Island. After thinking for a while, the only stupid idea that Thea could think of was to use a dark spell, the greater energy absorption spell, to continuously absorb the magic power from the amulet and feed it back to herself. But Thea's magic was far from enough at this time, so she could only put this idea aside for now. Artemis, are you still willing to help me? Just as Thea lowered her head and thought about what else she could do to deal with this amulet, Diana rushed in. At this time, Diana was wearing a fiery red half-body armor, with the guardian silver bracelet that had accompanied her for many years on her arm, the fake Godslayer sword and the lasso of truth on her waist, the divine shield on her back, and the winged god's boots of Hermes on her feet. Thea's eyes lit up at the sight of her shiny godly outfit. She was so envious. Thea had been waiting for this moment for half a year. She said firmly, Diana, I'm willing to help you. This must be the mission that the gods sent me here. The so-called mission was a theory that Thea had come up with in the past half a year. In order to continue their friendship, she had to make an explanation for her disappearance after the war. It was best to blame everything on the gods. In the meantime, no matter what Diana imagined, she could blame it on the gods. Let's go. Diana was happy that the two had come to an agreement. She pulled Thea and walked out. Thea took 2 steps before she remembered Steve. She quickly turned back and pulled Thea with her. Diana was a little confused about why she brought this man with her. Thea's explanation was that the outside world discriminated against women, and having a man by her side could solve a lot of problems. Discrimination. Diana was furious when she heard this word. She did not care about her secret plan. She grabbed Steve and wanted to ask him what was going on. Do you have female soldiers in the outside world? Steve shook his head without hesitation. Do you have female generals? Steve thought about it carefully. It seemed that he had never heard of such a thing. He continued to shake his head. How could that be? This question was too vague. Even a professor would not be able to answer it, let alone a soldier like Steve. He could only shake his head again. Women have no status at all? It's not written in the books. This time, Diana did not ask poor Steve. She asked Thea, who she thought was very wise. It's not that they don't have any status at all. The highest leaders in several countries are women. Sia then sprinkled a handful of salt in Diana's bright eyes. But they don't have any real power. As for the books you mentioned, I can only say that those books were written by men. Women don't have the right to publish them for now. These words made Diana dizzy. She stared at the only man in the room with an unfriendly face. If it were not for her kindness, she would have stabbed a few holes in him with the Godslayer. Chapter 219. Although Thea was determined to break them up, she could not watch Diana, who was now in a bad temper, stab Steve to death. After comforting Diana, she returned to the room and changed into her Kevlar combat suit. Wearing the suit again after so many days, it was as if she had returned to the days when she was fighting a bloody battle in Gotham. Looking at the Amazon half-body armor that she had worn for more than half a year, Thea thought that even if she came back 100 years later, Hippolyte might not let her on the island. It was a souvenir, after all. She kept it in the bloodline imprint. When she put it in the bloodline imprint, Thea realized that the armor could be considered a piece of magical equipment, but its effect was extremely weak. Seeing that Diana was still waiting for her outside the door, Thea looked at the furniture in the room. If she could come back again, it would be 100 years later. She gently closed the door and walked out of the small house that she had stayed in for half a year. Let's go. Diana did not know that the two of them would not be back in a short time. She only thought that Thea had made a lot of determination to help her. She held her hand and whispered words of comfort in a low voice. As a follower, Steve's eyes were very sharp. He immediately noticed that Thea's clothes were different from the others. It was dark red and had a very beautiful appearance. Was this the local clothes? You must be kidding me. Steve compared it to the female warrior's armor that he saw during the day. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was a completely different style. However, Steve did not ponder for long. He found that the very anti-Darwinian elk that he saw during the day was following them. He quickly walked 2 steps to the 2 women, pointed at the elk that was following them, and whispered, "That elk is following us." Thea looked at him and did not say anything. "How interesting. I called it over. I haven't even summoned my unicorn yet." "Won't you faint when you see the unicorn?" "That's our oracle, our friend," Diana kindly explained. Steve's mouth was wide open. "This elk is amazing. It can grow. This is against Darwinian evolution. Do you know Darwin? Anti-Darwin?" Thea's eyes lit up when she heard the word. Steve was about to explain the latest human research to these uncivilized natives when Thea ran to the elk and hugged its head happily. "You've been with me for so long, but I've never thought of a good name for you. Just now, that sidekick reminded me. Anti-Darwin. Fandral Stag Helm. What do you think of the name?" The elk rolled its eyes in a very human-like manner. Thea did not feel embarrassed at all and said, "Fandral in that world dreamed of having a pair of antlers that symbolized the great druid. You're much happier than him. It's settled then." Thea, who had trouble naming, felt as if a huge burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She sighed with a face full of happiness, and her footsteps became lighter. "Have you made up your minds?" The 2 girls had not gone far from the central settlement when Hippolyte and Antiope both emerged from the shade of the trees. "Mother, Your Majesty." There was a moment of silence. "Artemis, can I have a word with you?" Hippolyte unexpectedly went to Thea first. "Why are you looking for me?" Thea was a little confused. It seemed that there was nothing for her to do here, but she respectfully went to the side to listen to what the Queen had to say. But the Queen's first words shocked her. "You're not from this point in time, are you? Are you from the future?" This. Thea looked at the Queen's very calm expression. It seemed that the Queen was certain of this matter, and she could not think of an excuse even after racking her brains. "You don't have to rush to deny it. I have followed the King of Gods to witness the prosperity and decline of the Empire, the birth and death of species, and I have also been in contact with time travelers. I just want to ask you 2 questions. Who knows the future?" "Your Majesty, please speak." In the face of this knowledgeable Zeus mistress, Thea was really helpless. God knows what equipment she had on her, so she could only try to be as humble as possible. "Is Diana in danger on this trip? Will her honor be recognized in human society?" This trip was scary but not dangerous. For the first question, Thea answered very straightforwardly. If you ignore the fact that you gave her the Godslayer, there might not even be a scary answer. As for the second question, Thea thought for a moment before she said word by word, "Human society will not recognize a demigod at first, but in the end, they will recognize Diana's heroic deeds. Then I'm relieved. Keep this as a souvenir. Paradise Island will always welcome you," the Queen said as she handed Thea an emerald green ring and walked towards Diana with a smile on her face. Oh my God, Thea felt touched the moment she saw the ring. Not far away, the elk also instantly looked at the ring. This is Artemis's ring. This is definitely one of the equipment that Hippolyte swindled. This woman is too sneaky. She took the equipment that originally belonged to her and gave it to me before I left. Thea has to accept her kindness and thank her. The moment Thea received the ring, she understood the operation principle of the ring. This was the elk's habitat, an equipment made with divine power. The space in the ring was very large. Although the main purpose of the ring was for the elk to rest, she could also discuss with it to put other things. Thea burst into tears. Finally, she had a space ring. Finally, she didn't have to force the equipment into the unicorn's space. Thea, who had suffered a lot, thought of another matter. "Your Majesty, about Niobe. She is a proud Amazon warrior. She will return to the tribe," the Queen said faintly. "Thank you for your kindness." Thea was completely fine. She happily put the ring on the ring finger of her right hand. She also understood the meaning of women wearing rings. The ring finger represented passionate love. Presumably, through this move, she could repel a lot of flies. In fact, How could people be so particular? Marvel next door wore 10 rings and no one gossiped. She had just started her journey. In the future, there would be more and more magic rings. Thea put the elk back into the ring and stood alone, watching Anshope constantly instructing Diana. Finally, he put his forehead protector on Diana's forehead, patted her shoulder and left alone. When the Queen finally left, Diana's face was miserable. She hugged Thea and said with a choked voice, "Mother said that if I leave, I will never come back." Thea patted her on the back and comforted her, "As long as you complete your mission, you will come back here one day. This is your home. Go, summon up your courage. This is your destined path. No matter what the road ahead is, I will accompany you to finish this journey." Sure enough, when the sense of mission was mentioned, Diana recovered most of her spirit. Although she was still a little depressed, she finally raised some fighting spirit. Chapter 220. The night mist lingered around the three of them, and it was quiet all around. Only the sound of the Queen's horses' hooves gradually faded away. Thea pulled the sad Diana and said, "Don't look back, let's go." Originally, Diana might have blamed herself for the death of her people and Anshope, and the strong sense of guilt had driven her to embark on this road of self-exile. But now, Paradise Island was almost intact, and there were a few more German captives for the female warriors to study in their spare time. Although the sense of mission in her heart had not diminished at all, the motivation to leave was obviously not as strong as in the original timeline. Although Thea could not guess the reason, she could see that Diana's intention to leave was a little shaken by Hippolyte's words. She could not say too much to comfort her. Anyone who knew that they would never return to a place where they had stayed for 5,000 years would hesitate. Diana, a little white flower who had never been in contact with human society, would have a faint fear of the outside world. She had to force herself on him. Thea forced Diana onto the boat. As for Steve, he had already jumped onto the boat and waited for them. "This boat doesn't seem to have any oars, right?" As a spy, Steve still had the ability to observe people's expressions. Diana's mood was obviously not right, and he did not dare to talk to the two women now. He looked around the palm-sized boat and did not see any power plant, so he could only ask Thea, who looked a little kind-hearted. "No oars. In the original plot, how did they get off the island without oars?" Thea glanced around and did not see any oars. Did the two of them float out? She was too lazy to look for them. After leaving the vicinity of Paradise Island, her physique of absorbing light finally returned to normal. The quiet night sprinkled a large amount of moonlight on her pretty face, covering her with a hint of holiness. Once again, Thea summoned the magician's hand, which scared Steve so much that he peed his pants, and controlled the boat to raise the sails. Thea had learned this knowledge when she watched old Robert sail out to sea when she was a child. She then released a strong wind spell, and the wind blew on the sails. The boat almost left the shore of Paradise Island at full speed. "So it's a sail control system. You guys are pretty advanced. I thought you guys were using oars." Steve felt a little embarrassed. It was dark, and he really didn't see the lone mast. In order to make himself look less stupid, he quickly explained. Thea waved her hand, too lazy to listen to his explanation. "Do you know where we are now? Or how far is it from London?" "You don't even know where you are." Steve despised them in his heart. After all, they were uncivilized natives. However, he still said politely, "I was flying from Germany to England. I don't know how the route deviated from the sea. I should be in the North Sea now. Do you know the North Sea?" "Cut the crap. I know the North Sea." The Quinn group had a branch in Norway, but that was a century later. Thea had been to Europe when she was a child, and she had seen some of the landmarks. Now that she was treated like a barbarian by Steve, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. She felt the magic power in her body. Under the night sky, the consumption of her spells would be reduced to a certain extent. Putting magic power on the surface of her body, she slowly rose into the air while Steve looked as if he had seen a ghost. When she flew to a height of 100 meters, Sia used her divine power to open the Eye of Horus. 1 nautical mile to the south, there was nothing. 2 nautical miles, 5 nautical miles, 10 nautical miles, nothing. She turned her head and looked north. 1 nautical mile, 3 nautical miles, and finally saw the coastline 7 nautical miles away. She carefully looked at the clothes and signs of the people on the shore. She looked away and slowly landed on the boat. She looked at Steve, speechless. North Sea, my ass. This is the Eastern Mediterranean. 7 nautical miles to the north is Crete. It was impossible. In the movie, the two of them didn't use oars. They had no direction and drifted from Paradise Island to London in one night. That was too close to England. It was true that Zeus was ferocious, but he belonged to the Greek gods. England was the territory of the Celtic gods. How could Zeus hide his mistress at the enemy's doorstep? Weren't you afraid of being captured by the enemy? It was logical to hide in Crete. That was the place where Zeus often visited. There were too many people in Greece, and it was inconvenient for Zeus to do many things. Crete didn't have such concerns. The nearby islands were scattered all over the place. It was the perfect place to hide his mistress, Crete. Steve's geography score was very good, but he was confused. The plane was flying east, but now it seemed to have landed in the west. This made him doubt his ability to recognize the way. They were still far from London, and naturally, the three of them couldn't just float there. Whether it was to find a faster transportation to London or to replenish their food and water, the three of them had to go ashore. Why don't we go directly to ours? He must be at the fiercest place of the war. With the sea breeze blowing on her face, Diana finally regained some of her composure and asked Sia, who was discussing the route with Steve, with a puzzled expression. Thea didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell her that what her mother told her was nonsense and that ours was pretending to be a cripple in London. She also couldn't tell her that the choice she was making now was meaningless. Even if she were 10 times stronger, she wouldn't be able to stop the war. Besides, there would be an even fiercer war in 20 years. Did any of this have anything to do with ours? Yes, but it didn't matter. She had wronged him. She couldn't think of a good excuse, so she winked at Steve. At this time, Steve was definitely a patriot and representative of the liberal democratic spirit. He righteously told her how many people had died in the research of the poison doctor, how much impact he would have on the war, and how many innocent lives he could save. He spoke very sincerely. Although Diana still had doubts about his combat ability, she was also moved by his words and immediately decided to go to London first. The three of them had reached a consensus, and the next thing they needed to do was to find a means of transportation. Thea didn't dare to take out the skateboard. No matter how stupid Steve was, he would still be suspicious when he saw such a sci-fi thing. Gideon had tried to stop Thea from getting those futuristic equipment several times on the Wave Rider for the same reason. Who would be more foolish than the other? Reverse engineering could reverse engineer many things. If it weren't for the fact that the Amazon-style armor was too unique, she wouldn't have worn her combat uniform. Sia was already prepared to focus on magic in the next battle. After confirming the location, the three of them were not in the mood to talk. Thea began to absorb the essence of the night alone, Diana was thinking about her own worries, and Steve pinched his thigh, trying to wake up from this unscientific dream. Chapter 221. After the three of them landed, Thea felt the deep malice of the values of 1918 society. It was discrimination. Discrimination against women. Discrimination against the three of them, who were obviously different from the locals in appearance and dress. From the moment they entered the port, their journey had not been smooth. There were customs officers who wanted to take advantage of them, local tyrants who wanted to force them to buy and sell. There were even a few young children who ran past the three of them. They were obviously here to steal. They could not be so tasteless as to steal from the children, because the children ran past them several times and found that the three of them did not have a single drachma on them. The children gradually dispersed in dissatisfaction. The three of them were faced with a real problem. They had no money at all. Although Diana knew about the concept of currency, it would take time to apply the theory to practice. Steve, on the other hand, had escaped in a hurry and did not bring a single cent. Although Greece was also one of the allies, his identity as a spy could not be exposed. He could not possibly contact the local pro-American elements for a few dollars, could he? If he did, he would not be far from being court-martialed. Thea did not even have to mention. She had left her wallet on the Wave Rider, and even if she had it, she would not dare to take it out. It was 1918 now, and printing technology and paper were very different from modern times. While the night was getting darker and darker, Sia walked past a corner and created a doppelganger. She found the few local bullies who had forced them to buy and sell. After a round of punches and kicks, the doppelganger handed the main body 3 bills. Damn! They were too poor. Thea tested the purchasing power of the money. 2 bills marked 100 could only buy a jar of honey and a bag of nuts on the side of the road. This purchasing power made her speechless. No wonder they were so poor 100 years later. The things were expensive, the currency was worthless, and the people were idle. It would be strange if they did not have financial problems. What's wrong? When Diana reached out to take the food from the roadside stall, Thea quickly stopped her. We have no money. You can't take other people's things. Diana suddenly understood. As a hero of justice, this was admirable. She would never bully the weak. Then what should we do? Thea couldn't come up with a good idea either. Robbing 1 or 2 of them would be fine, but if there were too many of them, they would be easily exposed. Moreover, those people were too poor, so the effort and reward were completely disproportionate. Actually, we can go to the tavern. There are usually gambling places there. When Steve returned to human society, his fear of the 2 witches around him subsided a lot. He felt alive again, and this time, he finally made his own suggestions. Thea's eyes lit up. What a great idea. She patted Steve on the shoulder and said, "Good idea." Based on her personality, if she wanted to do something, she would do it big. How much money could she earn from the public in the pub? If you want to find someone, you should look for a casino. She stretched out her hand and stopped a big man with a fierce face who was passing by. Before the man got angry, she cast a hinting spell on him, and the big man instantly turned into a kitten. He told Sia everything he knew about the casinos with shallow backgrounds in the vicinity. You're messing around with magic again. Diana was a little speechless, but in order to solve the situation, she couldn't say anything. Magic. This word broke into Steve's mind. Many unreasonable things seemed to have been explained, but more questions surfaced in his mind. He also knew that he had no status now, and the 2 women wouldn't talk to him. He could only observe silently. I only won $20,000, and this is it. These people are too weak. Thea's ambitious money-making plan was defeated at the first stage. Her X-ray vision was still very sharp, but the casino's psychological tolerance was too low. It was only 20,000, and the so-called boss jumped out, crying and complaining about how difficult it was for him. The kind Diana could only drag Thea out, which led to the previous conversation. However, this amount of money was too little. The 3 of them found a slightly more luxurious casino. Sia also felt that she had been too cautious before. How could there be any experts in such a remote seaside town? With her and Diana's abilities, even if there were any powerful enemies, they could still run away if they couldn't beat them. She still chose 21, which was the best way to utilize her X-ray vision. After 3 rounds, the chips in front of Thea were piling up. This is the last round. Let's go after this. Hey, Diana. Sia guessed correctly again. She was counting the chips with a happy face. She turned around and gave an order. Suddenly, she found that Diana was staring blankly in front of her with a blank expression. Something happened. Thea immediately looked around and found that everyone was in the same position as a second ago. The whole world seemed to be covered by a layer of grey, and everything fell into a state of stagnation. The Eye of Horus was gone too. When Thea wanted to observe the nearby movement, she unexpectedly found that the Eye of Horus was not activated, as if it didn't exist at all. Hey, little girl, don't look around. A clear voice sounded not far from Thea. Who is it? Thea was shocked at this time. The enemy was so close to her. She didn't have time to think about whether the enemy was malicious or not. She kicked the ground and jumped back, trying to distance herself. She imagined that the enemy would follow up with an attack, but did not appear. Only then did she have time to look at the person who spoke. Her! Who is this woman? In the dark and grey environment, a woman in an emerald palace robe should be very eye-catching, but Thea didn't see her. It seemed that she was also sitting at this table when they were gambling. Her seat was only 2 seats away from Thea, but her impression of her was very vague. Thea didn't know whether the woman was a friend or a foe, but she must be very strong. She tried to summon the divine bow again, but found that the divine bow, which she had a close connection with in the past, seemed to be responding to her from afar. "Are you looking for me? Do you have any business with me?" "Wrong, little girl. I'm not looking for you, but you are looking for me. Your friend is a demigod from the Greek pantheon. It took me a lot of effort to avoid her. I'll keep it short. My name is Nimue Inwandu. I'm the youngest sister of the goddess of the lake on the blissful island. Little girl, what business do you have with me?" Thea suddenly realized that she was right. She was indeed looking for her, but she was looking for her future self, right? Not many people knew her real name, but many knew her nickname. She once went to the Eastern world at Kublai's invitation, and with her unparalleled divination skills, she obtained the title of Madam of Shangju. There were also rumors that she and Merlin had a short relationship. In short, this was a main character that appeared in front of Thea in real life. Perhaps she was much weaker than a max-level main character like Zeus the God King, but she could easily crush Thea. "Madam of Shangju." Thea hurriedly lowered her head to show her respect. She respected Hippolyte because of her status, but she respected Shangdo because of her strength, especially when she saw that Diana was imprisoned, which made her even more respectful. Chapter 222. Descendant of Merlin, my divination told me of your arrival. If my interpretation is not wrong, did I say that I would guide you in the right direction? But my memory is not bad. I don't remember saying this sentence. Do you know where the problem lies? Madame Shangju asked casually as she tidied her nails. Ouch. Thea complained in her heart. How could these people who had lived for thousands of years be so smart? If Hippolyte could guess it, so could she. Didn't they say that time travel was very secretive and high-end? If anyone could guess it, what's the point of being secretive? Seeing that she lowered her head in silence, Madame Shangju's amber eyes turned. Did I say it in the future? The future me asked you to find the present me to guide you in your magic power cultivation? Yes, madam. Thea immediately admitted. She did not remember what the swamp monster said. At that time, the swamp monster's words were very vague. The activation of the bloodline could be considered as guidance, and looking for the person to guide you in person was also considered as guidance. But now that she said it herself, Thea naturally took advantage of it and admitted it first. She did not expect that Madame Shangju did not even look at her and said lazily, "Nonsense. You are indeed the descendant of Merlin. His nature of spouting nonsense is almost inherited." After saying that, she looked at Thea's horrified eyes and changed to a more comfortable sitting position. "I am such a casual person. How could I make such a solemn promise? You must have made it up." Thea was embarrassed and speechless. She had seen the casual nature of this person. She was afraid that she just said it casually in the space and time of 2008. After saying it, she forgot about it. She did not take it to heart at all. Thea had a strong sense of crisis and constantly sought the path of self-learning. Otherwise, she might not be able to give her guidance even when the time came. Madame Shangju lit a woman's cigarette and took a puff. A golden light flashed beside her hand, and a card appeared on the round table. The cards moved on their own without any wind, rapidly rotating. The whole thing emitted a rhythm that Thea could not understand. In the end, they all returned to silence, with only a bronze card hovering in the air. Madame Shangju picked up the card and looked at it attentively. Then, she showed the card to Thea and saw an old man with a white beard giving a lecture. Enlightenment. Give pointers. Everything seems to be explainable. Judging from the cards, do I really need to give you some pointers? Speaking of which, did the future me ever give you any pointers? Did the future her give him any pointers? Thea was in a bit of a dilemma. Normally, she would have been enlightened if she had successfully activated her bloodline, but she could also say that she had not. Divination was like that. It could only provide 30% of the truth, and the remaining 70% had to be guess. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Anyway, this was not the only way out of magic. Seeing that the two of them were somewhat related, she would not attack even if she was angry, right? In fact, Thea was not afraid of fighting. Through the constant summoning, Artemis's silver moon longbow was getting closer and closer to her. As long as she had the divine bow in hand, she could use Zeus's lightning arrow to shatter this spatial rift. Then, she could contact Diana to form a team. Even if she could not defeat her, running away would not be a problem. No. You did not give me any pointers in the future. Thea observed her expression nervously. Madame Changju was stunned by the result of the card. Originally, she passed by Crete because she thought that there was something related to her here. She was just curious and did not expect to find out about the future. Things suddenly became serious, and she drew 2 more cards in a row to be cautious. The result was even more vague, but one thing was certain: Thea was indeed related to her. Madame Changju, who had relied on her divination skills to deceive people for thousands of years, was a little shocked. Damn it! What do you mean by related? The two of them were indeed related to Merlin, but was it related to the pointers? Unfortunately, the card could not speak. Madame Changju rested her chin on her hand and thought about it. Anything related to the future was not a small matter, so she had to be careful. After thinking carefully for a long time, she finally looked up at Thea. Descendant of Merlin, I am a little busy. She could not help but blush when she said that, but she still calmly continued. I am very busy. I don't have time to teach you, but I can provide you with clues to find someone who can teach you. After saying that, without waiting for Sia's response, he reached out his hand and grabbed more than 10 cards from the void. The cards were lined up in a row and placed on the table. Choose one of these cards and hand your future to fate. Let the supreme existence choose your future path for you. Nonsense. Thea had always scoffed at fate. If fate had arranged everything, she would still be drunk in the Star City bar. Do you think I have nothing better to do than come to 1918 to gamble? However, Madame Changju was determined. She had no intention of taking her as a disciple, and Thea was not interested in being a psycho. Perhaps choosing a card was the real pointers. She scanned the cards again with her X-ray vision, but it was still useless. The cards looked the same from the back, and she could not feel the slightest magical fluctuation when she touched them with her right hand. Thea kept thinking about all kinds of numbers in her mind. She was ranked second in the family, followed by Merlin and the 12 Knights. Her time of travel was Wednesday. She came up with a lot of numbers, and each of them seemed to be meaningful. However, she also knew that these were useless. She still had to rely on herself in the future, and it did not have much to do with who was the guide. She made up her mind and pointed to the second card on the left. Are you sure? Madame Changju received her confirmation and flipped the card open. On the card was an infantryman wearing cotton clothes and holding a spear. Not only was this infantryman shot in the knee, but his body was also densely covered with arrows. Who is this guy? Which sorcerer would be shot like this? Thea suppressed her thoughts and waited for Madame Changju to read the card. A veteran who died in battle. Considering that this matter involves me and Merlin, this guy's family history can be traced back to Arthur's time. Madame Changju seemed to have seen Thea's puzzled face and helped her to analyze it. This card is very new, which means that this person died not long ago. Since it involves Arthur, it means that he is also British. A veteran, which means that this person's status is not high. He is not a general nor a king, just an ordinary soldier. Combine these clues and go find him. The descendants of the veteran will provide you with the knowledge you need. This is your destiny. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even in the 21st century, when Thea had money, connections, and the internet, it was difficult to find him, let alone in this dark time period. Fortunately, she had done a lot of preliminary work in Star City, and she had done some research on several famous sorcerers. Thea had seen their family information before. They were soldiers who died in the Battle of the Somme. There was only one family that could be related to Arthur, the Constantine family. Chapter 223. All of the conditions matched. He was born in a poor family. His ancestors died in a war in Europe. He was also related to Arthur and Merlin. However, when his family entered the modern society, their bloodline was diluted. For several generations, they were just ordinary people. Constantine's magic power was average at first. It was only through his adventures that he grew stronger step by step. However, John Constantine was not even born yet. Even his father, who would scold him in the future, was still underage. How could an unawakened child teach her? Thea stared at the Madame of Chengdu, trying to get more information. However, the Madame of Chengdu shook her head and refused to explain further. What you need is right there. As for how to get it, you have to figure it out yourself. It was another ambiguous statement. She could get it however she wanted. The easiest way was to find their house, kick the door open, and take away all the books with word. This method seemed fast, but it was too dangerous. Would Constantine seek revenge when he grew up? Of course, he would. He was a man nicknamed Slag Kang. His bottom line would not be much higher than a transmigrator's. Thea did not want to return to Star City to find a group of demons playing fight the landlord in her house. If the hard way did not work, she could only use the soft way. As long as his father was willing to give her the magic book, he would not have much of a problem. However, what did his father lack now? She could only act according to the situation after she found him. Seeing that the Madame of Chengdu was about to remove the barrier, Thea suddenly thought of something. She could ask this expert. Madam, please wait for a moment. I have another thing that I need your help with. The Madame of Chengdu might have felt that it was too much to send Thea away so hastily. She retracted her arm and sat down, ready to listen to what she had to say. I have an ancient Egyptian talisman. If I use it directly, I am afraid that it will attract the attention of the gods. Is there any way for me to absorb the talisman's magic power without alarming the gods? Thea knew that it was not good to show off one's wealth. However, the Madame of Chengdu was a Celtic deity. She would not be interested in the Egyptian deity's belongings. Thea was betting that the Madame of Chengdu was not interested in her belongings. Unfortunately, Madame Chengdu's expression was as calm as water, and no one could tell what she was thinking. Can you take it out for me to see? Thea shrugged. I can't take it out in this barrier. Pa, Madame Chengdu snapped her fingers and said, it's done now. Hey! Thea immediately felt the connection between herself, the bloodline space, and the divine bow. She stole a glance at the Madame of Chengdu. She had such a strong understanding of space. Compared to Vandal, Hawkgirl, and Queen Shi, who had lived for countless years, immortality was the greatest benefit for people with mana. Now was not the time to think too much. Thea quickly took out the jade box from her ring and placed it on the table. When she was on the ship, she had already moved everything into the spatial ring. The unicorn cheered for a long time. Madame Chengdu reached out and opened the jade box. She exclaimed softly and laughed instantly. Isis, you bitch, you've actually fallen to such a state. Ha ha. Thea looked at Madame Chengdu, who was laughing so hard that she was out of breath. She could see that these two had a grudge against each other. It was good to have a grudge. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. After laughing for a while, Madame Chengdu felt that she had lost her composure. She coughed twice and asked, little girl, what do you want to do? Sia broke out in a cold sweat and repeated her request. I see. Madame Chengdu did not answer directly. Instead, she looked at Thea from head to toe with her amber eyes and lowered her head to think. Originally, I wouldn't answer your question, but since you made me happy, I'll give you another piece of advice. This amulet is indeed full of magical power. It's wise that you don't dare to wear it rashly. However, no matter how strong it is, it's still a dead object. There are still many things in the world that can restrain it. As for absorbing it, although there aren't many ways, there are still ways. Madame Chengdu paused for a moment. There are some ways to do it, but you may not be able to use them. Thea also understood this logic. There were countless powerful people in the world. What was the use of telling Thea that the anti-life equation could solve this amulet? It was not realistic at all. Then what do you mean? Thea could not figure out what this old woman was thinking. Madame Chengdu snapped her fingers and countless cards appeared in front of the two. Divination. Divine the most suitable method for you. Then hurry up and start. Sia found that after Madame Shangju finished speaking, she crossed her legs and didn't say anything. What did she mean? Thea's brain spun a few times. Fortunately, she was smart enough to understand immediately. What the hell, she wanted something. She definitely did not want money, so it could only be magical equipment. Thea tried to take out the black mist dagger and shook it. Madame Shangju did not even lift her eyelids. As expected, this dagger's level was too low. Thea rummaged through her bag again. Hey! This seemed to be quite suitable. She took out the orb of Horus that she had found on Purgatory Island. With the fall of Horus, the magic power of the orb had inevitably begun to decline. She had temporarily sealed it and planned to return to Star City to absorb it. Now, for the big amulet of Isis, she could only sacrifice the small orb of Horus. The orb of Horus attracted Madame Shangju's attention. She looked up and down at Thea again. Descendant of Merlin, as the chosen one of the Greek gods, are you going to fight to the death with the Egyptian gods? At the mention of this, Thea almost cried. She did not want to. Who knew that the enemy gods she met back and forth were all from Egypt? Coincidentally, they were from the same family. She was also wronged. She had no way to reason with them. Now, she had to explain that she was innocent. The Eye of Horus and the divine blood were all given to her by others. She had to be believed first. She nodded and accepted the fact that she was the sworn enemy of the Egyptian gods. Madame Shangju was a little moved. She weighed the orb and said encouragingly, "Using your son's things to exchange for your mother's things. You're doing a good business. I see that you're a pleasing junior. Let me help you with divination this time." Thea pursed her lips. "Do you think I'm a noob? Your divination costs nothing. You make it sound like you're the one who suffered a great loss." After receiving her reward, Madame Shangju didn't waste any more time. Her 10 fingers continuously swept across the cards as she chanted an unknown incantation. It wasn't until her eyes turned white that she finally grabbed a card and stopped. The card faced Thea and flashed. There was a demon drawn on it. An old man was lying in front of the demon, and a sword was stabbed into the old man's side. Chapter 224. Madame Shangdo looked at the card and said with uncertainty, "Old man, the devil and the sword. The key should be the sword. This person should have been in contact with you." "Okay, whatever you think has nothing to do with me." It was really difficult to deal with Madame Shangdo. If Thea did not know the plot and had good analytical skills, she would not have been able to find the answer with her divination. Through these clues, Thea thought of a person, the ninja master. This old guy was known as the leader of the devils. In the original plot, he had the sword that severely injured Thea. All these clues pointed to him. Could it be that his sword could absorb magic? Thea instantly wrote down the master's name in her little black book. She was going to borrow the master's sword when she returned to the original time and space. As for the location of the cave, Thea felt that she could get the answer whether she asked Batman, Old Ma, or Talia. It was still the same question. The master had lived for so many years and had many enemies. Moreover, these people were all related to Thea. "Okay, I should go. In the future, we should not." Madame Shangdo interrupted her thoughts and was about to open the barrier. Before she left, she drew a card and narrowed her eyes. The words that were on the tip of her tongue became, "We will meet again in the future. Goodbye, descendant of Merlin." The surrounding space was like dominoes, returning to the void in a very artistic way. The original casino reappeared in Thea's vision. The surrounding noise was heard again. Thea quickly looked at Madame Shangdo's seat and found that it was empty. Although there were many people in the casino, everyone ignored the empty seat. Did something happen just now? I feel that something is wrong. Diana was a demigod. Although she was still young and had not reached the height she would reach 100 years later, she still felt that something was wrong. Thea could only play dumb and pretend that she didn't feel anything. Diana wasn't as confident as she would be in the future. She could only treat it as an illusion in an unfamiliar environment. Although giving up the orb of Horus made her feel a little distressed, she got 2 answers. Others might have a headache over these illusory divination, but Thea, who had a good understanding of this world, could use her own information to fill in the gaps in the divination. Madame Shangju didn't mention a time limit at all, but presumably there was a time limit, so the sooner it was completed, the better. Thea counted the money they had. It was barely enough for them to go to London. But who was she? He bought a lot of food and clothes for them. Then, under Diana's speechless and Steve's horrified gaze, he forcibly hypnotized a captain who was sailing from Crete to Marseilles, France. The three of them went straight to the VIP room of the passenger ship. Thea asked Steve to guard outside and not let anyone in. She pulled Diana into the room. Although she wanted to go to Constantine's family immediately, she couldn't let Diana's guard down. She hadn't experienced the pain of the original time, and although her belief in justice was still strong, she didn't want to leave the island. Half of it was her own choice, and the other half was pulled by Thea. She didn't have the drive to do anything. Since Thea pulled her out, she had to take responsibility. First, she had to change her clothes. Anyone who saw a woman with a sword and a shield would be puzzled, especially in some big cities. There might be some idiots who would think that she was going to kill someone on the street. Thea didn't want to fight with a 20th century policeman. She had to change her clothes. Fortunately, the two of them were good friends. After talking about the things to pay attention to in modern society, Diana took off her clothes. "You're not wearing anything underneath." Sia was a little speechless as she looked at Diana, who had taken off her armor. "Don't you feel uncomfortable?" She reached out and touched Diana's indescribable body. Although it wasn't as soft as cheese, it wasn't as hard as stone either. It was still normal. Why didn't it shake when she was wearing the armor? It didn't make sense. Fortunately, there were already underwear in this era. The first bra was invented in 1914 by a woman named Femeri. It became famous in Europe soon after it was invented. Crete was the hub of the Eastern Mediterranean, and there were many merchants coming and going. Femeri bought a lot of them. Although the material was not good enough for Thea, it was a very luxurious garment at the time. She picked the largest one and put it on Diana. She told her that it didn't matter when she was fighting, but it was best for her to wear it during normal times. The underwear was easy to solve, but the outerwear was troublesome. Because of the discrimination against women, almost all the shops did not have women's clothing for daily use. The few pieces they had were whalebone skirts, and the girdle was too thin. Even Sia, who was petite, couldn't fit into it, let alone Diana, who was a foreign woman with a warrior's body. It was said that some aristocratic ladies had to have surgery to cut their ribs to wear it. Thea snorted. She wasn't that addicted to that. She couldn't find any suitable clothes. In the end, Steve came up with an idea. Thea bought a lot of denim outfits. Diana was relieved when she knew that she didn't have to wear those skirts, especially when she knew that she had to cut her ribs. She was so scared that she waved her hands. "Well, not bad. It's very tasteful." Thea took a few steps back and looked at Diana in her denim outfit. Her blonde hair was loose, and she was wearing a brown vest over a white shirt. She was wearing a pair of beige pants and black boots. Diana did a few punches and kicks on the spot and found that it didn't affect her strength at all. She was quite happy. As for her equipment, Thea had already thought about it. She found a huge backpack. Except for the shield, which took up a little space, everything else could be put in it. From the outside, she looked like a hiker. She didn't look out of place. The three of them got off the boat in Marseille. Thea asked Steve, "Mr. Trevor, do you think we should take a boat around Spain, or take the train from here to Bordeaux and look for a boat?" No matter how stupid Steve was, he could tell that Sia was definitely not a native, especially when she was compared to Diana's curious look. He thought for a moment and said, "The speed is about the same. There are too many people on the train, and your friend." He pointed at Diana. "Well, let's continue to look for a boat. It's best if it goes directly to England." "God, Diana, put it down." Thea was discussing with Steve when she suddenly saw a fat woman holding a baby pass by Diana. Diana's eyes lit up when she saw the baby. A human baby. Like a child who had seen a new toy, she quickly held the baby in her arms and weighed it. It seemed that she wanted to confirm whether Hippolyte's theory that babies were all angels with wings was correct. She threw the baby into the air. Chapter 225. Oh my God! Thea leaped forward and caught the baby when the fat woman screamed. She glared at Diana, who was still confused, and quickly returned the baby to the fat woman. The fat woman was not going to let it go. She kept yelling. Thea could not understand her local French, but she did not think that she was welcoming them to her house. More and more people gathered around because of the fat woman's yelling. Thea could not use her suggestion spell in public, so she could only try to please the fat woman. However, the two did not speak the same language, and the fat woman was cunning like a commoner. She threw a tantrum and threw a tantrum. Diana seemed to have realized that she was in trouble. She lowered her head and silently watched the situation unfold. Thea's memory was very good. She learned some French from the fat woman's habit of speaking and the discussions of the people around her. However, she did not understand the so-called most beautiful language at all. She forced herself to communicate with the fat woman, and after paying a lot of money, she finally got the fat woman's forgiveness. "I'm sorry." Diana saw that the crowd had dispersed. Thea's face was pale, and she stepped forward to apologize. When Sia asked Hippolyte why she had thrown the child away, she almost fell to the ground. Hippolyte's habit of running her mouth was too much of a cheat. Fortunately, it did not cause any bad effects. Thea quickly explained the normal human life to Diana. As for whether there was any conflict with the story of the Queen, she would let Diana figure it out herself. After this incident, Thea did not dare to leave the house alone. She decided to let her familiarize herself with the place for a few more days. Of course, she could not just lecture Diana all the time. Although Diana looked mature, she was still a naughty child. She needed to be rewarded after a lecture. "Here, try this." Thea passed a piece of ice cream to Diana and took one for herself. She licked it. Yep, the sugar content was ridiculously high, and it was not as good as the taste in the future. However, she had been eating wild game on Paradise Island for half a year, and it was not bad to change it to something sweet. In a good mood, Thea even waved at Steve with the ice cream in her hand, signaling him to pick one too. Steve shook his head quickly. What a joke. Two young girls could eat ice cream on a romantic French street. He was an American who was deeply influenced by the serious and rigid atmosphere of the British. This guy doesn't know how to enjoy life, Thea thought to herself. She then ignored him and started to care about Diana's first experience. Desserts were indeed the best weapon to deal with girls. Regardless of whether this girl had lived for 5,000 years, Diana was instantly conquered by the delicious ice cream. She stared at Thea with shining eyes and said, "I want more." At that moment, all thoughts of ours were forgotten. Diana only felt that her mouth was surrounded by the sweet taste of the ice cream. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Naturally, Thea observed her mental state. It was incredible that ice cream had helped a demigod to affirm her belief. To prove her beliefs, Thea bought all the ice cream and found a secluded place to freeze them one by one with frost ray. Although she did not have the water element and did not know any ice spells, she was still able to cast such low-level spells that were almost like magic. Steve was no longer surprised by the earth-shattering things she had done. He calmly watched as she froze the ice cream with her hands and volunteered to carry the heavy responsibility of carrying this large pile of desserts. Thea gave him a look that said, "You're smart." The three of them found a passenger ship to London and began their journey at sea. "Hasn't your partner arrived yet? We've been waiting for 2 hours." Steve leaned against the corner of the wall, constantly looking at the passers-by around him, and asked anxiously. She said that she had something urgent to attend to at a place called Liverpool. She asked us to wait for her until sunset. Diana was not in a hurry. She said slowly while licking the ice cream in her mouth. "Liverpool? That's more than 300 kilometers away from London. She boarded the ship at the same time as us. Did she fly there?" Steve felt that after meeting these two women, his inherent common sense was violently challenged every day. It was not unusual for anything to happen to these two women. Although he knew the answer in his heart, he could not help but complain. Phew. Phew. I finally found you. You're in a very remote place." The one who ran over while panting was naturally Miss Thea. Not long after she boarded the ship, she told Diana to be careful. She took advantage of the night to fly to the northwest port of the British island, Liverpool. It took her a lot of time to find a child in the densely populated port city. After controlling 2 councillors, 7 tax officers, and 11 gang leaders, she finally found the father of the future John Constantine, Thomas Constantine. At this time, Thomas was still a child. His father had died in the summer, so his family was extremely poor. After finding the child, everything went smoothly. When Thea was ready to use magic, she found that although the child did not show any signs of magic awakening, his blood had a natural magic resistance. Mental control and other methods were immediately dispelled. Thea could only use her authority as a counselor to help little Thomas successfully get his father's pension. While he was away from home, she secretly sneaked into the Constantine family's old house. The search went smoothly. Soon, she found 5 thick, black-covered magic books. Thea did not dare to pack up all the books, as she was afraid that it would affect John Constantine's development in the future. Instead, she made a copy of the books. After arranging for a few government officials to keep little Thomas busy with some trivial matters, Thea copied day and night. It took her 3 days to finish copying all the 5 thick magic books that had been passed down from Arthur's era in the Constantine family. The knowledge was not high-end. In terms of depth, it was far inferior to the knowledge of the goddess chosen. However, it was very basic. Elemental magic, illusion, summoning, demonology, all kinds of rituals, all kinds of secret spells, and all kinds of knowledge. Some of the ancestors of the Constantine family had traveled around the world and recorded some secret places between the lines. These places looked very mysterious. Thea did not want to take a look. She was not Constantine. She felt that she had enough troubles. She was not curious enough to find trouble with all kinds of monsters. After doing all this, Thea looked carefully. After making sure that she did not miss anything, she rushed all the way to London. Using the Eye of Horus was the most convenient way to find someone. However, ours was in the city. God knew if the fluctuation of divine power would alarm him. Thea could only rely on the stupid method. Chapter 226. Relying on Diana, who had also been blessed by Artemis, the two of them had divine power of the same origin. Thea took a few turns and finally found the two of them in a small alley who seemed to be underground gang members. After enjoying Diana's warm embrace, Thea asked Steve with a puzzled look, "Aren't you an American captain? Why are you so sneaky in England? Are you a double agent?" Steve leaned against the corner of the wall and waved his hand without saying a word. His eyes constantly scanned the pedestrians on the road, as if everyone was up to no good. "Hey, what happened to him?" Thea whispered to Diana. She had only been away for a few days. "There seems to be something wrong with him." Diana had been in human society for a few days and was not as straightforward as she was at the beginning. She looked at Steve and pointed at her head with her right hand. "Phut." Thea quickly covered her mouth. She was overjoyed. Coward, spy, and crazy. With so many labels, Steve Trevor would not be able to seduce Diana no matter how charming he was. "Great, great." She patted Steve on the shoulder and said, "Let's go and turn in the mission." Steve had some skills. He gestured for her to keep quiet and said in a low voice, "There's a gunman under the low wall, the one with the hat." Thea looked at him. He was not lying. Although the man was pretending to read the newspaper, his eyes were constantly scanning the pedestrians. He was indeed an enemy. Although she could not use her divine power, Thea, who had been an archer and a sorcerer for many years, could still find 3 people with similar characteristics. In the original plot, the nervous Diana thought that the 3 people were sent by ours. Filled with a sense of mission, Diana almost went all out. She even used the lasso of truth to deal with the 3 small fries. Needless to say, this was all Diana's imagination. How stupid must ours be to send a few armed spies to kill a demigod? Thea, who had obtained the Constantine family's magic book, was now more adept at using magic. She tapped Steve's shoulder with her left hand and said, "Okay, they won't notice you if you go out. Go and turn in the mission." "Am I invisible?" Steve looked down at his hands and found nothing strange. "Reduce your presence. According to what you know, the people around you will automatically ignore you. You will be fine as long as you don't do anything out of line. Of course, you can't kill people. You walk in front and we will follow you. Thea didn't care if he understood or not and pushed him out of the alley. Steve was just an ordinary man. He couldn't withstand her extraordinary strength. He was pushed back at least 10 meters. Huh! Steve, who was suddenly pushed into the crowd, realized that no one was paying attention to him. Even the tall man who had suspected that he was going to harm him was still staring at the alley. How magical. He can't see me. Steve took a few more steps toward the man and realized that the man really didn't notice him. He was no longer worried and strode forward. Thea and Diana naturally followed from a distance. Thea hurried back because she wanted to see Ars's strength. London was definitely not a battlefield. The United Kingdom was the main force of the First World War, and the United States was still a bystander. There were all kinds of high-ranking government officials and allied generals on the streets of London. If there was a war of gods here, the damage to history would be devastating. Thea's patriotic heart was as big as a sesame seed. She didn't want to go back to 2008 and find that the people on the streets of the United States were all fluent in German. Aya. His sense of beauty is so unique. Is that his partner? Diana and Thea were walking not far behind. They saw Steve suddenly walk up to a short and fat woman. The two were talking and laughing, and they even hugged each other. Huh! Thea was still thinking about Ars. When Diana said that, she looked up at Steve. It was indeed a short and fat woman, but what the hell was a partner? She was Steve's secretary. Thea had some impression of this fat woman. She seemed to be a funny character. Since Diana had misunderstood, she would continue to misunderstand. Steve found his right-hand woman and was about to introduce her to the two women, but when he turned around, he found that he could not see the two women. Needless to say, it must be the effect of the magic again. He had just walked past his secretary and found that she did not notice him. It was not until the two touched each other that the secretary found him. Now, Steve completely believed in the existence of magic. He wanted to squat in the corner and write the word convinced on his face. He told his secretary to wait for him and walked away proudly. However, when he reached the entrance of the Allied headquarters, he hesitated. According to the witch, he could enter unimpeded with this magic. But what would he do after entering? A few generals were discussing loudly. Would he suddenly pat a general on the shoulder? Would he be treated as a spy and shot to death? The United Kingdom was now the first superpower in the history of human civilization. Shooting an American lieutenant would not cause any controversy at all, but he couldn't see Thea now and couldn't remove the magic. He was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Miss Thea finally saw him pacing back and forth at the entrance of the headquarters. An invisible wave dissipated from Steve's body. The guards at the entrance of the headquarters were standing guard when they suddenly saw a big living person stomping his feet in front of them. They were so scared that they almost wet their pants. This assassin was too skilled. The two overly nervous guards raised their guns. Steve was also taken aback by their overreaction. Fortunately, he had good reflexes. While dodging the gun that was aimed at his face, he handed over his ID. The guards looked at his ID and saw that he was an American captain. They didn't believe it at all. It was too easy for such a skilled assassin to forge a captain's ID. They couldn't let him in even if he showed the ID of the British Prime Minister. Steve couldn't defend himself. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the German spies temporarily attracted the attention of the guards. 3 German spies were originally watching the alley when they suddenly heard the noise. They saw Steve talking to the guards. The 3 of them looked at each other, threw away their disguises, and went to kill Steve with their pistols. Unfortunately, they were too late. The 2 sides were 100 meters apart. The guards were already very nervous. When they heard the gunshots, they immediately returned fire. The street was in a mess. Under the constant crowding, Thea and Diana automatically removed the magic effect. Diana looked at them and asked uncertainly, "Are they Ars men?" "They are all Germans." "Who are Germans?" "Those who come to our paradise island are Germans." Thea was too lazy to talk about political issues. It was meaningless to say too much. She would let Diana figure it out herself in the future. Chapter 227. As expected, Diana immediately understood what was going on. She was not particularly clear about the grudges of the outside world, but the people who wanted to kill her sisters on Paradise Island were undoubtedly bad guys. Should we go and help? Help what? There are only 3 enemies in total. Look, the reinforcements are here. Thea was a little impressed by the 3 German spies. They were really not afraid of death. 3 people rushed out of the Allied headquarters with 3 pistols. Although the guards were usually not elites, there were still more than 10 people there. They were all holding rifles. One of the guards who was nervous called the patrol team that was passing by, and another 100 people came. The 3 German spies were shot full of holes before they even had a chance to eat cyanide. A young man who seemed to be a lieutenant colonel ran out of the headquarters when he heard the rapid gunshots. When he realized it was a false alarm, he turned his head and ordered his men to tell the generals inside that they could crawl out from under the table. The situation outside was firmly under his control. Bastard, there are no survivors. But after looking around, he realized that he was a little too hasty. There were only 3 enemies on the ground, and each of them had more than 10 bullets in their bodies. He could not recognize their original faces at all. He roared at the guards at the door. There were no survivors. Would the leader blame him for not doing his job well? A guard saluted and shouted loudly, "Sir, there is still one alive." He pointed at Steve, whose face was swollen from the gunfire. "I am not German." Steve raised his trembling hand to protest, but his movement caused him to be hit by the gunfire again. At this time, Steve's heart was broken. What was going on? He was thought to be a German on Paradise Island, and now he was back in the headquarters? He was wronged. The results of years of training finally showed. He methodically explained his origin, codename, and superior contact in an orderly manner. The British lieutenant colonel listened to his explanation coldly and waved his hand to stop the guards from continuing to beat him. "Bring him in to see the general." After saying that, he walked inside with his hands behind his back. In his heart, he had already confirmed that the guy on the ground with his face swollen like a pig's head was not a German, but he had no intention of apologizing at all. He had already beaten him up. As a distinguished soldier of the British Empire, what was wrong with beating up a few Americans? He deserved to die. The 2 women watched as Steve was dragged into the command center. "Isn't it inappropriate for us to just stand here and watch?" Diana was a little soft-hearted. Although she did not see anything special about Steve, he was still her companion after all. Now that she saw him being dragged in like a dead dog, she felt a little sympathetic. Thea also felt that her magic seemed to have caused some trouble. She felt a little guilty. That was not how the original plot unfolded, was it? Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Everything was still within the general range. What could she say now? He could only force himself to explain that this was the fastest way to meet the general. Fearing that Diana would not believe her, Thea even told her about the relationship between Britain and America. Steve was an American soldier. If he was respected in the United Kingdom, it would be detrimental to his future development. It was good as it was now. People did not like him. The United States could rest assured that he would not commit treason, and the British would not like him. Look, Steve's partner is standing outside the door as usual. In order to prove that her words were reasonable, Thea pointed at the fat secretary who was standing at the door in a daze. Was he scared out of his wits? Although Diana was a little confused, she was still fooled by Sia's expression that said there was a lot going on here and she couldn't tell too much about it. She nodded thoughtfully. "What about us? Let's go in and have a look." The 2 women used the suggestion spell again and swaggered in. The original space-time should have been a noisy meeting, but after the first gunshot outside the door, it quickly quieted down. Then, like a spring that had been pressed to the limit, the entire venue was in chaos. Ars, who was giving a speech on the stage and pretending to be a peaceful person, was very angry. Although his words were false, and he himself did not believe them, he was still very depressed that the results of his speech had been completely ruined by the noise of the crowd. Facing the 2 women who followed Steve in, he glanced at them and pretended not to see them. He despised them in his heart. How could they come in with the suggestion spell when they did not even know how to be invisible? No one could stop him after Zeus. The generals, dignitaries, and representatives of the allied nations at the meeting were frightened by the gunshot. Now that they saw Steve being escorted in, some of them refused to listen to any explanation and clamored for Steve to be hanged. Of course, Ars could not let his important pawn die, so he pretended to be kind and tried to explain for Steve and the conference room. This guy is Ars. Thea quietly looked at the guy who looked a little like Professor Lupin. His disguise was so good that there was not even a trace of divine energy fluctuation. However, her intuition told her that this guy was not too strong. Thea was now considered to have seen a lot of things. Whether it was Artemis who did not dare to leave the divine kingdom, Horus who jumped into the main material world, or the demigod Diana and the Madam of Shangju, she had seen a lot of powerful people. The Ars in front of her was not even a projection. At most, he used the war in the mortal world to extract a trace of energy from the law of war to create an avatar. Thea might not be able to defeat this guy with her current strength, but with the divine bow in hand, escaping was not a problem. Could this guy really absorb enough energy from the battle with Diana to let her go home? Thea rubbed her chin and kept thinking. Ars did not know that his strength had been despised. With his efforts to mediate, everyone angrily gave up the idea of killing Steve directly. The dignitaries left in anger. As for whether they went back to change their pants, no one knew. The patriotic young man, Steve, did not bleed or cry. He thanked the lame knight, Ars, for speaking up for justice. After escaping death, he finally remembered his mission. Then, he realized that he could not read a single word in the Professor of Poison's notebook. Diana wanted to rush out and do a promising job as a translator, but Thea quickly cast a mute enchantment to cover the two of them and stopped her. What a joke! The Allied nations were currently at war with the Allied nations. This wasn't a war between two villages. It was a war involving dozens of countries. There were at least hundreds of languages involved. The poison professor wasn't an alien. How could the Allied nations not know each other's language? If Diana rushed out at this time, it would make the Allies look incompetent, and the generals would lose face. Especially in such an era of discrimination against women, it would make these people look worse than a woman. No matter how great her contributions were in the future, these people would automatically ignore Diana's achievements when they thought of today's predicament. This would be very disadvantageous for her, who was determined to protect mankind and integrate into human society. Even if these so-called big shots died in the future, their thoughts would still be passed on to the next generation. If the initial impression was bad, it would be too late to remedy it in the future.